I might as well live stream this on YouTube. I was really interested in the Firewatch, but not also that. The Hall effects, they feel great. Really kind of sensitive, I guess, in a way. Like the touch. Eventually, I will have to put like thumb grips, maybe if they wear out. Eventually, I will have to put like thumb grips. Oh damn, man! I heard my own voice. I'm thinking about investing in maybe some video cam and stuff for the PlayStation. Try to get little things out and keep the topic focus on the Hall effects, the greatness of it, which I will be testing it on another game. I've tested some other game on the Twitch channel. Those of you tuned in, and I've been trying to get back on the grind on the that one fighting game, SNK. I mean, CBS, Capcom versus SNK. You know, good game, but I didn't bother using the Hall effect on that because man, I want to preserve it. I feel like fighting games would damage it. Probably not, but maybe. Who knows? So I played a bit of Mortal Kombat. As long as you don't like over, you just play it normally, casually, like with no anger, tension into it. These sticks will last for sure, especially for Call of Duty and shooters, which I'm trying to bring the shooter game. But I think I'm gonna play some Yakuza Zero. I'll be bringing in that in both channels. Sometimes here, sometimes over there. So it depends. I would have beaten this game right here. I didn't notice that there was the what was it? Yeah, the boards are right here to collect the whole fucking time. Get a couple of more boards, okay. Board up the broken window, okay. Yeah, motherfucking moves fast. This ain't really solving the issue. I mean, the wind's still gonna get through by.
I got that window all patched up. So, what should I do now? What's next?
What's next? What do you think is next?
Well, you've been the one giving me tasks for 2 days straight.
What's next is you sit in that room until September 1st and call me at the first sign of smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you let me know when you're mentally prepared for that task and I'll give it to you.
Ready to work?
Okay, I think I am ready to tackle my long-term commitment of keeping this national forest safe from total destruction.
I am glad to hear you've really thought this through.
You know, I'm gonna hike around for a while before I really put my nose to the grindstone.
Huh. Yeah, you do that.
Actually, now's the actual good time to find one of the hidden paths of the little telephone thingies, which are telephone audios. It's a cassette, but I think I already played this one. How did I get the map out? Damn it, man. They really make the map ass in this game. Oh, yeah. There's like a kind of deal like this. Which I hate that they're pinging and you can't really tell which one you've got. Okay, I think they disappear out of the map once you get them. Okay. Makes sense, I guess, right? Or they're probably not
It's Ollie
available.
again. Oh, it's Jake. I realized sort of halfway through development that the player has a kind of quite a sort of nebulous idea of what Henry looks like, and that would be a fun thing to play with by getting the player to describe themselves to Delilah, and then having those answers feed into a drawing that you would then find in Delilah's tower at the end of the game.
I think actually even one step back behind that, you had done a sketch really, really early on of the inside of Delilah's tower that just had a drawing of Henry's face and said Henry and pointed at his tower, and I think that was that was the inspiration.
Yeah,
just maybe Delilah. I thought that moment already was really cool. That you'd get to Delilah's tower and see that she'd drawn what she thinks you look like and an arrow pointing at your lookout tower. But in that sketch, it was Henry's face, and we're like, how would... I think you said, this doesn't make any sense because she would not draw an on-model perfect Henry.
Right.
And then Sean took the Delilah draws Henry idea and ran with it and made it the conversation for day 3. Because I think day 3's initial design was, you nail up some boards. Nels and I had to actually build the end result from all the sketches you did of the different faces, shirts, and mustaches.
Originally I was just going to draw individual drawings for each person.
It ended up being well over 1,000, maybe thousands and thousands of variants that would have had to be drawn.
To come up with a
We had to do something smarter, so we broke it all down into pieces, and that piece of paper that you find in Delilah's tower is actually, I think, being put together from pieces in real time for each player. There's no texture that has any one of those things.
And it allowed us to do a somewhat sort of shonky Delilah drawing, which I think is quite funny and unexpected, given that...
I love that Delilah is bad at drawing. It's a game. It's a game full of everyone who can draw, because you drew all of it. So it's good that Delilah just draws just
draws bad drawing.
Alright, so I got that hold of that audio. There's 2 audios I could probably get a hold of, but probably not. Due to the way how I have already excelled into the game, I kind of want to just platinum this motherfucker. This is one of these games that I've never felt the urge to platinum, but now I do. I just want to platinum. This is an easy platinum for those of y'all that want to get an easy trophy. Game straightforward, nothing hard. Don't have to worry about boss killing, resetting, doing some ridiculous challenges. No, it's just straightforward narrative gaming now. Alright, so been down here. Riverbank. Okay. So they won't be available once you've done them. It's pretty good. And there's really not no collectibles. That was some other ass stuff. I don't know if it was an Easter egg to find a fucking hat or something, but I noticed that really pissed me off about this game is that there might be more Easters, they just do not have them in a specific area. Game doesn't feel that big. Okay, so it might be the other location. It would have been much better if I could visit at this point whatever I missed out. Go back to the audio tour and collect them. This would have been a good idea to go whoa, the player has a choice to collect all the audio plays or not. It should have been bold text or some shit. This is a way of the game telling you, hey man, you could go ready to work anytime, or you could just go ahead and explore. I don't remember that pathway. What the fuck? There's a pathway there? It's blocked. I didn't even know there was a pathway here. What the fuck? Okay. And there's nothing like always. Nothing like always. Yeah, climb up the rock, which is stupid. I don't understand what's the point of these damaged trees if you can't even chop them. It's like they left out ideas. The game felt rushed. In a way, this game felt rushed. Like the ideas got too overchanged too many times than it was supposed to. Yep. There's a dialogue here, and it isn't. That's stupid. I can't get number 40. I don't know why they did that. I'm hoping I got that one. I really hope I got that one. But I'm almost 100% in the back of my mind positive that I didn't nail that one. And then the one in the camp where the teens, so I may have to do a second playthrough and pay attention to the map and follow the map a certain way in order to get all these audio tours. I never found the fucking turtle, but that's one thing I saw in the trailer that really also ticked me off. Is where did he find the fucking tortoise? Hold on. Can I read that? No, I can't play that one. So I think this is the part where we get closer to the teens. What's up, emoji sharks, man? Come on, boy. That's why I cut off that damn audio. What's going on, guys? Trying to platinum this game. I think I already fucked up, dude. I know you didn't play this game, but right now, I can't pull up the map because I'm fucking climbing. I'm trying to collect all the audio tour shit. Hall effects feel great, dude. Man. I was gonna bring Yakuza, but I just felt like playing a game where I don't have to run into enemies every fucking 5 minutes or some shit, dude. Yeah, it's super easy to platinum. It's just that you could easily miss the audio tapes. That's the thing. So, you see right where all the looking shield things kind of unhighlighted? But you only see like the 3, 14, and 4. 4 I already touched. I think I need to touch back 3 again and 14. But number 40 and the one down here, I'm pretty sure I missed. I don't know if it'll let me get them. If it don't let me get them, then I already know that I can't go play these audio tapes. So I already climbed down here. There's a tortoise. I don't know if that has to do with the... Why Deadly Rave Neo joined Discord? You invited him? Yeah, I invited him. Yeah, he joined because I was live streaming some KOF 98, and so we played KOF 2000 on the original, you know, the battle, whatever bullshit, challengers or some shit. Yeah, I let him know that you were AKA Ghostface. Kind of excited to hear that, and we played a bit. he didn't have much time, so we just only played a few sets, went back and forth. But yeah, he whooped me in 2002. But I noticed the damage is so fucking high. If it was unlimited, I think he would have whooped me worse. But I think I had a sleek advantage. The fact that he doesn't have the drive. So I was able to, just keep my shit bare bone basics. Nothing hardcore. Okay, so now I'm in the forest. Just making sure I didn't leave anything behind. I wonder if the turtle's a fake, dude, Like, there's a turtle you're supposed to get here, and I don't know if it has to do anything with the achievement. And I know about the raccoon. I think you're supposed to get attacked by one. I scared mine off by accident. And I found a hidden hat. Supposedly it was hidden my ass. It was like so dead obvious. Maybe I gotta get further into the game. Who knows? I think I'm about to reach the ending and I'm gonna have to replay this bullshit all over again. Dude, they're working great, massively great. That's why I'm playing a game like this, where I'm moving constantly, not just mashing buttons. I haven't tried it on the Borderlands. I'm about to do Borderlands in the afternoon with Bloodmaster Link and, well, much later in the afternoon. Ben, a.k.a. Red, 1911. Okay. Huh. I never even explored all this, man. This map's kind of real shit, dude. It reminds me of Team Fortress. A lot like Team Fortress. The characters I even don't like them. Yeah, boy. How long is that thing gonna take to get over there? Controller. I'm gonna have to send you the flag sometimes next year, dude, because I need to save up my money. I need to rebuild up my money again, and I may hook up El Rey. I forgot to send El Rey, Texas, to Discord. He wants to get into SF6. Yeah. I'm curious how these development teams are going to get over time. I was going to buy a game called Dread Out, I mean. It's like a Injunian horror game. It was back on the PS2, maybe, possibly. I don't know. They look like PS2 graphics. Alright, when it arrives, man, yeah, you can put it back together. Okay, so I already read this cassette. I guess there's nothing here. This is where the audio tour, if you have the audio tour off, this won't be here, but this is what my character looks like. This is Team Fortress, man. All they did was put that guy a fucking beard, some hair, make him less stocky, give him some shorts and boots. There he is, Team Fortress. DLC, baby. Lazy ass fucking developers, man. I thought this was gonna be like Fears of Phantom. I was really hoping it was gonna be like, yo, man, it's gonna be a hitchhike horror game, but no. It's somewhat horror, I guess, just story-wise, but that's it. That's all you get out of it. Okay, there's like an auto save. That's just a rock. So this is the part where we're supposed to find the teens, but the teens are actually brutally murdered. They just don't let you know that. Brutally murdered by the... what the fuck? That tree's floating? Man, they're pulling some fucking Street Fighter up in this shit, dude. That's JP shit, bro. See that, Cons? Some JP shit. Yep, I can't view it now. The camp right here, they were supposed to discuss this little camp right here and fucking ruined it, yep. I'm gonna have to get this on my second playthrough and just kind of follow the map along as I not really pay attention to the story. Complete bullshit. I still have not found the fucking turtle, dude.
Okay, now I'm ready. Let's get to work.
Good. Now get to work. Hello, Henry. Having a nice afternoon?
Start and select buttons don't work. You may have to replace the buttons, but like I said, if you could take it to a friend, they...
I called with bad news. 2 young women, Chelsea Stevens and Lily McLean, were reported missing. They've got parents out in California who haven't heard from them in a week. They were supposed to meet an aunt down in Cody. If they're the girls from last week, then you're probably the last person to have seen them.
It's a coincidence. How many pairs of girls go backpacking?
Probably a lot.
Yeah, probably a lot.
So I guess you didn't get their names then? Look, it's not gonna be an issue. I mean, if they turn up dead, then maybe. Should I just not say anything and save us the trouble?
I think it's worth mentioning something.
Yeah. I'll keep it vague. I really don't want to talk to the cops.
Me neither.
All right, Henry, thanks. Enjoy the sunset.
Okay. What? Son of a bitch, it skipped, man, bro, it just skipped the damn phone. Oh my gosh, this is why I can't stand this game anymore. It skipped the fucking phone call, man. I was supposed to pick up the phone call from there, or the audio tape.
Henry, wake up. Get out of bed and pick up the radio.
Day night, yeah, bro. Fucking game, dude.
Hey, you big dumb idiot.
Babe, it's late.
I know it is. You sound tired.
I am.
Are you having a nice time?
Sure. Are you? Everything good there? Jules?
What? Oh, sorry, Henry. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, that's good.
Well, I'll let you get back to sleep then.
Okay, Jules.
Delilah seems nice.
Sure.
Bye, baby.
Dude, how did Jules get a hold of her damn the walkie-talkie, bro? Bro, this... Oh my gosh, it skipped all these days.
Is it too much of a pain in the ass to bring supplies all the way up to our towers?
I don't think it's even worth platinum in this game.
Delivered.
Oh, how's that work?
It's the perks of a decade of service. You're out hiking in 90-degree heat, and I get to do crosswords. Isn't life miserably unfair? Anyway, when you find a supply drop, remember it's not just for you, okay? Other lookouts, biologists, a few people get their food there, and I don't want to have to call in for more. There should be loads of good stuff, though. Beans, prunes, jerky. You know, my sister eats 6 prunes a day. 6. She's, like, really precise about it. She'd be great at this job if she didn't need wheelbarrows full of marijuana to function.
This game, dude, I just really want to just bash in their skulls, dude, literally.
So, like, 2 weeks ago, you called me in the middle of the night. You were sleeping, I guess, and all I heard was the name Jules through the mumbles. I just thought it was so sweet. I wanted to wake you up, but then I thought maybe you were having a nice conversation and I'd just be spoiling it. Is there anything else you want to tell me about her?
I've told you everything there is.
Hardly.
Well, everything I'm going to, I guess.
You should know that I'm selfishly glad it didn't work out, because we get to pal around all summer. Whatever. Enjoy the rest of your hike, Mystery Man.
On day 2, you have a bunch of conversations with Delilah about Julia, or not. You can kind of choose to have those conversations in any which way you see fit, being really open about your life, or lying, or just sort of playing it soft. And all of that stuff now comes to a head here on day 33. And all of the choices you make, there's something like 30
There's no
lines of
choices, man. This is a sandbox world game.
experience 4. I think there's like 33, maybe? You'll experience
See, maybe
4,
there's
and
something to
whatever is
collect
true
over here.
in Delilah's mind, based on that, ends up sort of triggering this conversation here, where she wants to know either about Julia, a name she heard on day 15, or wants to tell you about her life and her experiences with a guy named Javier. And a lot of players will play this game and never even know who Javier is. It might be you. You might not know that that character exists because of the way you talk to Delilah on day 2.
You learn more about Delilah if you tell her less about yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
It's actually the polls. So if you tell her absolutely everything, or you tell her absolutely nothing, yeah, you learn a lot about her. The way we made these work on day 2 is kind of interesting. There's a lot of sort of state management going on. We're paying attention to a lot of stuff. One is just how long has it been since you've talked to Delilah? But then we also kind of need to know how long has it been since Delilah has talked to you about some heavy life stuff? Because if she keeps calling you back and being like, so, tell me about your life. So, your wife, huh? Girlfriend? Blah, blah. It's just going to feel, at best, annoying, and at worst, completely unbelievable. So we're also tracking that. And then we also don't want Delilah calling you, like, all the time. Like, we don't want her calling you when we know there's a good chance you're about to discover something big in the mystery. Like, you're about to climb to the top of the wire on day 2. And we don't want her to be like, so, girlfriend? That would be bad. So what we did is we actually paced the game out by putting these invisible sort of, like, cube triggers all over the world. And, I mean, I probably placed, I don't know, 30, 40 of them. And as you enter them, the game just sort of asks itself, how long has it been since Delilah's called you? How long has it been she's talked about Delilah? And what is true? What does she know to be true about Julia? And it was a little hard to debug, but we built a pretty like clean looking, at least I tried to build a really clean looking state machine for it. But ultimately, I'm really happy with the way it played out, in that it feels like you're wandering through the world and the conversation unfolds naturally. But furthermore, it was really fun to actually build once I had it working, because I could pace the game by physically moving triggers around the world, whereas like, oh, that was too soon, like spread these apart, delete that one, put that one over here, put that one in this grove. And it was a really sort of satisfying way to tell this part of the story.
Okay, I'm almost up to the other one. Yo, Kaz, that buddy of yours that fixes arcades, do they got the buttons or the wiring, or they could test your wiring? Ah, great, nothing in here. Just a stone. I don't know if I climb up here. I think I climb up here.
From my point of view, it makes it so much more heartbreaking that he leaves her so far away. And I think, because I married an American and I had like a long distance relationship for maybe like 4 months before I came over, and that, you know, it's really stinking far away, you know? So to have
really
that
far.
separation, if it's Chicago, you kind of go, well, get on the plane for a couple of hours and then you can go and visit her. But a 14-hour journey and the emotional heartstring pull, like all of that, you can understand why he's so torn about what to do. And also for him to move to a completely different country and then have to deal with, you know, a sick wife and living in a space that he's unaware of, you know. So even though, of course, living in the forest is about as
Right, it's
unfamiliar as you can get as well, but, you know, worst of two
distance.
evils.
Yeah, it's like 14 hours
That's
to the
right.
trailhead from Australia, and then another 14 hours from the trailhead to the
Yeah,
Twin Towers.
community
So it's
toxic.
like
Man,
more than a day's journey
the
away.
land of Chucky. You're
That's
saying.
right, that's right. And then the only contact you have by phone, and, you know, and I think we discussed this in recording, where, you know, when you have a phone conversation with someone, it's great now with Skype and FaceTime and everything because you can actually see their reaction, but there's so many little nuances to a conversation that you just have no idea.
Expenses.
Is it because they're half asleep?
Damn,
Is
boy.
it because they don't give a shit? Is it because... Oh, I'm sorry, can I swear?
Oh, you can
Is it-
totally
it's-
swear. There's so many
Okay, cool.
fucks and shits
Great.
in this game, it's not even, you can't stand it.
Fucking shit. Yeah, it's, you know, or is it because he doesn't give a shit about her anymore and she doesn't know and she's confused anyway? And yeah, so that kind of complexity for me made that little scene so much more beautiful and tearing at the heartstrings kind of thing.
Damn, this is ass. Can I get that one? So I guess either we go to Lila's or the other one. Oh, dude, I didn't even know that. The fuck? Oh, this is the first time I've seen this big ass green one. Two forts. What?
Found the supplies.
Oh, good. Enjoy.
Good for other outlook. So did I grab all of them? Well, I mean, they charge you a lot of money over here. A lot of people just buy a new controller, dude. They don't really fix it. Unless you go to like the tournaments. That's why I respect CEO. CEO will charge you a decent price. You're already there. Paid for your badge. I think the max they'll charge is like $50 depending on how damaged it is, but usually they'll just charge you like a small ass fee. Sometimes they're not even a big booth. You know, they're not like a professional, but they could still capitalize on what you need. I still got the box, sweet. Oh, in Atlanta, they charge a little bit. Much cheaper than CEO. But at least at CEO, you could get it to anybody. Paradise Gaming, like there's gonna be always folks available. Atlanta, you're gonna have to know the people like I do. I know Geki or Dirty Llama, aka his crew. Marco's real solid dude, but sometimes he's just too busy. So he'll have other people that can work on the arcade stick. I guess I gotta go back to the lookout. I think when it comes to modifying the stick, that's where it gets expensive. I don't see the whole gesture of modifying the stick unless you're gonna do like art layout. So I'm trying to look for is art layout. I need somebody to put the imprint of Third Strike and the Fatal Fury, but the oh no. Yeah, the Fatal Fury and the Third Strike logo, that's what I really need on my arcade stick. Imprinted. It'd be cool if I can get that, but Man, I'm missing a lot of cassettes, dude. I don't know if I should grab this cassette, but
On day 2, you have a bunch of conversations with Delilah about Julia, or not. You can kind of choose to have those conversations in any which way you see fit, being really open about your life, or lying, or just sort of playing it soft. And all of that
same
stuff
fucking
now comes
audio
to a
thing.
head here on day 33. And all of the choices you make, there's something like 30 lines of inquiry, but you can experience 4. I think there's like 33 maybe. You'll experience 4, and whatever is true in Delilah's mind based on that ends up sort of triggering this conversation here, where she wants to know.
Well, it's not because you compete. It's because the people that compete, they're not really licensed for that shit.
And her experiences.
Based like electronics store. Electronics store, they're gonna charge you obviously for their time and labor.
Might not know that that character exists because
But the people that fix it up there, they're part of the community. They're not really with the Paradise. Maybe they've worked with them, but they're really not associated with them. If that makes any sense with
you
you,
tell her absolutely nothing. Yeah.
it's like a freelance.
The way we made
You
this
know?
work on day 2 is kind of interesting. There's a lot of sort of state management going on. We're paying
Hell, one of the
attention to
pro
a lot of
players
stuff.
I know that plays CBS too.
How long has it been since you've talked to
His
the
side job
developer?
is,
We
or
also
side
need to
money,
know
how he
long has it been
makes
since
money in the
Delilah started doing
tournaments
some
is
heavy life stuff,
he
because
offers
she keeps
people
calling
to
you back and being like,
exchange
so,
buttons
so, wife, huh, girlfriend,
and
blah, blah, blah. It's just
whatever
gonna
that
feel
they need on their controllers, and he'll bring his kit
and at worst
and do that.
unbelievable. So we're also tracking
And
that.
like
And
Dirty
then
Llama's
we also
friend,
don't want Delilah calling you like all the time.
he brings
We
his
don't
own
want her calling
tool
you when we
sets.
know
Usually
there's a good
just
chance
to
you're about to
repair
discover
for
something big in the mystery. Like you're about to climb
the
to the top of the wire on
events.
day 2. And we don't want her to be like, so, girlfriend?
Since I've known them for a while,
So
you
what
know,
we did is we actually paced the game out
and
by putting these
mostly
invisible
entering all their
key
games, they
triggers
hooked me
all
up.
over the world. And I mean, I probably placed, I don't know, 30, 40 of them. And as you enter them, the game just sort of asks itself, how long has it been since Delilah's called you? How long has it been she talked about Delilah? And what is true? What does she know to be true about Julia? And it was a little hard to debug, but we built a pretty like clean looking, at least I tried to build a really clean looking state machine for it. But ultimately, I'm really happy with the way it played out, in that it feels
I
like
climbed
you're
up in the
wandering
same
the world
bullshit.
and the conversation
Yep.
unfolds naturally. But furthermore, it was really fun to actually build once I had it working, because I could pace the game by physically moving triggers around the world. Whereas like, oh, that was too soon. Like spread these apart, delete that one, put that one over here, put that one in this grove, and it was a really sort of satisfying way to
Yeah, it just really depends on who you take it, if you think about it. Oh, if Radio Shack still existed, I'm pretty sure they would have charged a hefty price for that shit. Yeah, because I don't really just go to those booths of the Paradise not Paradise Apartment. What the hell is it called? Paradise Gaming. There's other booths you can go to that will charge you cheaper than those guys, but they're only available for a couple of, days or during that one little event when they're in their breaks. I don't remember if his name was something about Zangia Vodka or something like that. That changes like controllers and shit. Oh, don't tell me I was supposed to take the other way around. That's gonna piss me off. I was supposed to climb up there and take it around all the way the fuck around. Don't know how to get out of this fucking forest, dude. Okay, Oh, yeah. What? Guess jump down. There's that other cassette that I couldn't get a hold of. Climb up here. Okay, next time I'm gonna bring Twisted Metal. Season of Twisted Metal finally came out. I want to watch it so bad. I don't got Peacock. I at least watched the first season. I'm hoping the second season delivers on Twisted Metal. Because, you know, the franchise already died. There's like no hope of bringing Twisted Metal back. Yeah, potential, but that game is just straight up ass. After, I think it was in PS2 when they started making it where you had to like race within time. And that whole game was based on death matches, not do some random side quest missions. Okay, I got the package. I guess I go back into the shit tower. What do I do with this shit?
All right, I got everything I need out of here. Time to chow down.
Just yours, right?
Who do you think I am?
Day 64? Fuck, man. They wasn't it like day 33? Like shot up to 64? Son of a bitch, man. These people don't know how to make a game. I don't know if I want to platinum this shit anymore, dude. Simple ass game to platinum, I bet, but damn, man, this game's like, ugh.
You've got a front row seat for what might be the biggest fire of the year.
Yeah, it's really going.
I'm gonna call it in. They'll send in a hotshot crew for some suppression.
Nintendo 64.
Stick with her for the rest of the summer. And she doesn't have a name yet. I usually think of something funny or something practical or a little risque when coming up with them. But why don't you do the honors?
In this scene, Henry and Delilah get sort of the closest they get in the game in terms of their intimacy. Sissy, I think you've been drinking.
What?
That's pretty obvious. Rich / Henry, you're you. Delightfully awkward in all of your painful ways. And something, I don't know if I told you guys this, but I had this notion that this was going to get really hot and heavy. Right now, the scene sort of ends very, like, in a suggestive manner, and I was going to write it to be much more explicit and to go into a place of just, like,
raw. I guess you would call it
Sex?
nakedness, even though like it's audio, but just very like private and sexual. But I didn't because I was afraid. Like I
I
was.
love that you didn't.
Yeah.
I'm glad of that too.
Number one, because awkward walkie-talkie sex is just awkward. But number two, because if the player isn't playing it as a flirty relationship, then it doesn't have to go there. And then this way kind of leaves it up to people's imaginations, which I think is more poignant than spelling it out.
I think also we became so close as a trio over this that having to sit in on that after having to write it was going to be like a bridge too far.
Damn it! I wish I could throw this.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you guys did such a like amazing job with the
Trash.
limited
That's
stuff
what your
that I
game
thought was
is.
in the scene.
Trash.
This is probably my favorite scene in the game.
You like set the mood, you lit the candle, you know.
I'll just leave this here.
Bro, the audio tour, man, I don't even know why I did it, man.
Little booty
Damn,
players and
man.
walk out.
Pour the bourbon.
Yeah.
No, it was easy to.
I
feel
should just finish the game, right, cuz?
Yapping the whole thing about like yapping on about it. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it's so good.
We should could smack this thing, dude. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Okay, I'm looking at it again.
I love how they look at
What's up, Red? Yeah, the game's trash. I should just finish the game, man.
sun is down, you can
Yeah, dude, we're gonna play in a bit after I'm done with this. We'll
Yeah.
we'll do Borderlands or the other one. Did you get Marvel Knights updated?
Why do you say that?
because I do. I'm not crazy. I mean, we've had such a good time, right? Well, I like you. I don't talk to the other lookouts as much as I talk to you. Not in the same way.
All right, you found it
Maybe
updated.
it'd be nice to get together at the end of the summer. Look, we don't have to plan or even talk about it. I'm just having the thought. I wish I was over there. It'd be nice to be near somebody. We could talk without these radios. We could, you know.
I think Delilah is the reason why the.
It'd be nice to be close to someone. Why don't we both just go watch this fire and try to.
I'm assuming she
imagine
killed the
all
teens.
dead things it's burning away.
And is gonna put evidence against this guy, and then somehow he's gonna get locked up. That's what's gonna happen. He's gonna hit the day 90, and he's gonna get locked up. Have you played this game, Ben, or no?
You're going fishing without a license?
It's one fish, and I'm sick of all the stuff I got to eat.
No, I won't tell anyone you're a poacher. That reminds me, I keep hearing reports from Fish and Game
No.
about a problem bear they're trying to keep tabs on. Can you search around the lake for fresh tracks and just let me know what you find? There was a crew burning fire lines out to the east, and, you know, I think sometimes it riles up the wildlife.
Problem bear? Fuck that. I am of the opinion that they are all problems.
Come on, please.
Yeah, well, I've seen what they can do to a tree, and trees aren't even food.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah.
Why am I stuck with the walkie-talkie, dude? Okay, we're supposed to go fishing. This is not the riverbank, unless... It is where I discovered the teens. Teens got their camp. Man, I wish I would have shot the firework, dude. I probably am going to play the second playthrough just to shoot the firework at the girls that go skinny dipping. You find like a bra here, some panties here, and bras. Then you end up going all the way out here, but then they, you know, like they're all shadowed silhouette. I was talking about earlier how this game looks like a ripoff of that one game. You know that one game, fucking
Hey, it's Chris again.
And it's James again.
This moment by the lake where
Yeah,
you get punched
team,
out
the
by
Team Fortress
person who
shit.
turns out to be Ned Goodwin is one of the few times in the game where we have a complete takeover cutscene like this, sort of fully animated.
It shoulders the burden for the whole second half of the game of the player feeling scared. Like when they get to the research site, a lot of people have talked to me about they were always worried that they were going to get punched again because it happens from behind, so they're constantly sort of like spinning the camera around. It's along with
How
the
do I use
breaking
this?
on day one. It's probably like one of the biggest punchy action set pieces I got to animate, and it's also interesting that like most of the action happens off camera, so I'm sort of implying a bunch of stuff and then sort of handing it over to audio and being like, okay, you need to basically make most of this actually work.
Yeah, scoring this was almost like scoring a tiny little radio drama because there are the sort of creeping footsteps behind you and they're panning slightly from right to left as they approach, and then there's the big like Indiana Jones.
I'm gonna try to listen to all the fucking audio tapes. Hopefully, it'll get me a platinum
Definitely the
for
most
listening
outrageous
to
sound they ever
bullshit.
put in this game. And then the ringing, yeah, it was really fun. This
Team
moment
Fishing
changed
Fortress.
a fair amount because it was so incredibly difficult to communicate to the player. Oh, there's this exact little thing.
There's
on the
no
ground
violence
that you
whatsoever.
have to
This
notice
sucks.
and pick up, and you have to do that for the game to progress.
I'm gonna get the horror game. I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go buy me a PlayStation card and just get that horror game. Drug out.
Like design uncertainty.
I don't know if you heard of it, Ben. It's an Indonesian horror game,
We had to be realistic about is the game
similar to Fatal Frame and mixture of Silent Hill.
every single part of the.
That they even did a remake for the PS5.
No, it's not actually.
Yeah, a lot of this game ended up being about finding a compromise between player expressivity and actually making sure some kind of coherent story got told. So this was quite a significant example of that in development. It took a long time to nail down, but I'm pretty happy.
Shut the hell up, Audio Tour.
Someone left their clipboard out here.
Huh. It could have been one of the Fish and Game folks. See if there's a name or a credential or something. I can call it.
Expect the clipboard? How'd I do that?
What? It's... Holy shit.
What's going on? You didn't actually find a bear, did you?
Someone has written down what we said to each other, have been saying.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't talk to the other lookouts as much as I talk to you, not in the same way.
No way.
Wait, hold on. Something's out here.
Henry? I'm worried. You didn't find and eat any mushrooms, did you? I mean, they can be fun, but also, you know, devastating. Regardless, just let me know, okay, Buckaroo? Oh, God. I don't know why I just called you that.
Where's the canyon? I wanted to go fishing, damn it! Yep. No button to fish. Fucking bullshit. Damn, dude, what the hell?
Henry? Are you there? What happened, Henry?
Holy hell, I got hit in the head. Punched or something by someone.
Are you serious? What the hell is going on out there?
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Let me get this straight. You found a clipboard with, what, transcripts of our conversations? What else is on it?
I don't know. It's gone, along with a radio of theirs. Somebody out here could have just killed me, Delilah.
What the fuck is going on?
What's Wapiti Station?
I don't know.
I saw the name Wapiti Station right before I was cold-cocked. Does Wapiti Station mean anything to you?
Wapiti Meadow. Maybe it's Wapiti Meadow. It's on our maps. It's not too far from where you are right now. It's where you saw that damn fence. It's north of the lake. It looks like there should be a trail somewhere on the north shore of Jonesy Lake.
I'll start hiking that way now. God damn it, my head.
Are you sure you saw what you saw, Henry? Maybe you pissed off some more campers and they came back to sucker punch you. This just seems like a misunderstanding or something.
Why would I make this up? It's an insane lie at worst and a shitty prank at best.
And you've been feeling okay?
I feel fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I believe you, but that conversation was from 2 weeks ago.
I know they were. So what's to say that they don't have transcripts from 3, 4, or 5 weeks ago?
Our entire relationship, friendship, our whole summer.
Someone is out here with the walkie-talkie taking notes and talking to God knows who. Look, I could hike over there and look around, but I won't be able to get through the fence.
How do you know?
I already tried months ago when I was out there hiking.
Curiosity got the best of you, huh?
Rightfully so, in hindsight.
Well, shit.
I could spend all day banging on it and see. I guess.
Yo, what's going on?
Actually, those guys doing the controlled burn, they might be able to help.
Where are they?
Squinish, no.
Scout camp. They burned a line a few days ago that should let you hike right to them.
No.
If they haven't left, they're probably the type of guys who would help you get through that fence.
Yeah, I'm testing out the Hall effects on my controller, and later on I'm going to be bringing some Borderlands or Marvel, what you call it, Marvel Rivals on Twitch though, not on YouTube. I still got a lot of videos to upload on YouTube, some of my past tournaments and shit like that. I ain't going to be going to tournaments for this whole year. I am stocking up some money. Also read that tournament, there's only 10 people that showed up. It wasn't even worth actually traveling to. It seems like Plasma Blade, like I knew Retro 11. I don't want to shit on the tournament. It's a good local. But Retro 11 just picked the sorry games, but it sucks. It's regional. That's what it is. When it comes all down to it, it's regional. Whatever is played on your region, it's because it's like Multi-Blood, and that's a regional bullshit game down here. I don't hate it or anything, but it's just frustrating that, I can't play Third Strike at a higher level because regional based. That's what it is. Mainly fucking Smash, Tekken, and fucking Multi-Blood, man. Anime fighters are much bigger over here than any other fucking game. Multi-Blood is good. Nah, they're playing the old one, dude. They're not even playing the new one. They're playing that old bullshit. The one back on PS2. It's a shitty game, man. I don't really like it. I'm more into the, Third Strike, CVS 2. I barely got back into CVS 2. It got to a point where they quit playing Alpha. Now I got to go to Florida to play Alpha 2. It's ridiculous. Yeah, a lot of people say that. That's the reason why they're playing that one, is because it's very popular and shit. But I don't really find it popular. I find it more drastically a modern game. I see it as a modern game, unfortunately. If I want to play a modern game, I'll just play Street Fighter 6. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 has been frustrating because I got to go to the bigger major tournaments for more players. And the numbers, sometimes it just doesn't benefit to go within a week and go for that 2 to 3 hour fucking trip, and you only got like 26 people there. We don't even have 26. Unfortunately, I have to go further out for that. We would get, right now, the numbers are between 10, and then the other tournament is just 2, so I think that other tournament got canceled. I literally showed up for a tournament for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 just so it could get canceled. And I end up just playing Garou with 7 people, which wasn't bad, but still. And then they start up late, which is a bad problem. Yeah, they have extra versions, and they're allowed in the tournament, right? The extra versions. Everyone plays Hitbox on that shit. I haven't seen a single person whip out a PS2 controller on that shit. They'll use the converters and shit. And they play the PC, not the actual console. They play the PC emulated shit, and they take too long on setting up instead of testing that out earlier, because they get there earlier. And then those brackets take too long, man, because their shit tends to mess up. And I'm all like, man, I'd rather play another game than rather see that shit. Yeah, I know they're trying their hardest, but problem is that they're only gonna right now go towards whatever's trending. That's what they're gonna go towards too. So it makes a lot of sense. Third Strike was only played one time up there. I got 3rd place. I could have easily got 1st place if it weren't for Dirty Llama. Dirty Llama sent me to losers, and then I Button Mash beat me. I was figuring him out, but I couldn't reset the whole set. Well, not just that. It's because everyone plays anime games down here. That's what fucking pisses me off. You go to another state, Marvel 2 is bigger in Washington, D.C. and Texas. Like, there's more variety of games. That's what I'm trying to get at. Over here, it's just Melty Blood. My whole entire fucking state is just Melty Blood, and that's what irritates me. I was like, fuck, man. Guilty Gear, I have to kind of go down to Florida because it's not even worth playing down here. It's like 4, 5, 9 people down here. Yeah, you played a lot, but you don't understand. In my region, in my fucking state, I've traveled. And other states have variety of fucking tournaments. Monthlies. Especially up in New York. Nothing but retro games. Over here, they won't play in it much of the new games. It's kind of disappointing. Unless it's Tekken, it's played in Atlanta. Like if you live in any part of there, you gotta go all the way to Atlanta just to play some new games. That's just ridiculous. Too much of a far drive.
So here we are at the gate of what Henry only knows is Wapiti Meadow.
Soon to be known as Wapiti Station.
Dun dun dun. So we can even talk about how you actually technically don't have to come here on this day at all, but presuming you have
Wasn't there one on the PS2?
You now have to attempt to...
Well, I didn't know what it was. It just looked so fucking old, and all I know is they were playing it on the PC. And it was an emulated shit.
We then were in a pickle where we went, well, we've never made you do anything like that before. Like, go and do an adventure game thing. Like, use an object with an object. And so we kind of put ourselves in a position...
Oh, yeah, the tech bullshit? Yeah, supposedly tech.
Great game design, folks.
They say it's all the tech, but I highly doubt it, because I asked somebody why they won't play Alpha 3 down here, and why Alpha 2 is favored. They don't want to deal with all the tech. They don't want to guess. They just want a game that you could just straightly forward mash. Because Persona 4 was big down here. A lot of people were playing it, and Blaze Blue Friction, I remember, but then it just died out slowly. It sucked, man. They're trying to bring back Blaze Blue Friction, but I guess it lost its... It's like any other game, man. They just die out eventually.
You're a game designer or an aspiring game designer.
Not the best place to be.
But Melted Blood never died out. It's like all the same people that have been playing that game down here
piecing together the concept
and travel a lot, and they all happen to move down in one fucking state.
you could do with those things. And in terms
That's
of
what
look and
sucked.
feel, I think you guys did a great job of being able to pick up the rocks that are to the left of the gate. There is, you probably don't know this player because it's very difficult to see, but there is a stick to the right of the gate.
And there's another one off to the left. Once you try to get in some fashion, the game doesn't really, the game is agnostic about which. Then you can say like, hey, Delilah, I don't think I can get in here. And of course, in like, you know, classic Firewatch fashion, there's a bunch of very subtle like micro branches where if you actually try to break in with all three of the things, Henry's like, I tried to smash it and break it, I can't do it. So there's like a little bit of reactivity there that's cool, but also me and James and Will basically had to go through like a baton death march to get this to work, just because nothing else in the game at all works this way. With like because the objects, they're in your hand, but then as you use them on the gate, then they're destroyed, but they have to go somewhere and it has to sync up with a special. It's just any one element that is complicated.
Man, I wish I didn't pick up the audio tape.
And it has like all 10 of them.
And it's not built on any sort of like reusable system because we didn't imagine we were making a game where you would use thing on a thing like you do in like Monkey Island or whatever. But we walked ourselves right to that, unfortunately. But I think you guys did a valiant job, and I really love the way it actually feels to do it. I am just
You wanted the audio.
Lucky you.
All right, I'm here. And the gate is locked up, obviously.
Obviously.
I'll see if I can break in somehow.
All right. Be careful.
Supposed to be some branches. Fucking liars, dude. I don't see no fucking branches here, dude. Piece of shit. What the? They're hiding a full bingo, dude. The audio. Man, let's see where I could get that branch. That lying motherfucker said there's a branch down here. I didn't see no fucking branch down here. Right. Can't even jump that? Damn. Branch of the Enrique kicks. One thing, I don't know if I will enter in KOF games. KOF games are just dead, dude, in general. Florida only had their one online. And you remember the people that joined online? They no longer host online tournaments. So I was like, man, I joined Good Fighters, right? And I really thought about it. I don't think I want to get good at KOF. I think I'm just going to play it however I do, play it, casual. If I get good at something, I'll just get good at the mix-ups. Because adapting to that game is just, it's not even worth me investing in. Put the game in Japanese, the CVS2. Nobody wants to play CVS2, dude. Unfortunately, it's because of the amount of tier whores in here, dude. That whole game is just fucking. What is it? Haramaru's. Well, not Haramaru's. It's rare if they got Haramaru. It's mainly Nakaruru, Sagat. Bunch of the Akuma, the bullshit, man. The Bisons, the ball, not the ball rod, the Blanca ball. Hell, man, the level 3s, dude. Oh, man, they're disgusting, dude. You don't really see a variety of anything on here. See the cheap shit. I remember seeing more of the. What was it? Man. I think it was like level 3 Bison, level 1 Blanca. Or level 3 Vega, level 2 Vega, and level 2 Bison. Or Blanca. Vega's a lot down here used.
Looks like goddamn Area 51.
Maybe they've got aliens. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Where is that fucking stick, man? Lying pieces of shit. Get through the fence. Wow. I'm gonna get down here. I gotta text Bloodmaster Link so he can hop on. I'm gonna see if he got that Borderlands already worked on. I really want to save up for CEO this year. Coming up. But I don't know, dude. I'll just see what happens. But for a whole year, I know I ain't gonna go nowhere, man. No tournaments. Riverbank. Alright, I'm in the riverbank, but there's no control. Hey!
I'm not going to be able to get into this place.
Shit.
All right!
I don't know how long I can dick around out here until someone notices.
God, if you were an actual firefighter, you'd have that gate down in 2 shakes. Hey, actually, those guys doing the controlled burn, they might be able to help.
Where are they?
Beyond Ruby River, there's a scout camp. They burned a line a few days ago that should let you hike right to them.
Well, that's great.
If they haven't left, they're probably the type of guys who would help you get through that fence.
Yeah, it's a long fucking go, dude. That's bullshit. I think I know where that river's at. Blanca destroying Borderlands? Nah, man. Blanca's just destroying the game CVS in general, dude. Sorry, fucking character. The other character I didn't like was let's see. Oh shit. Hold on. Fuck, man. This stupid ass map. Oh wait, where's the other one? Nah, he's just cheap top tier, dude. I mean, he's been cheap top tier since the fucking Hyper Fighter days.
I just thought you'd like to know that. To repeat, this is just happening to you and me. There's got to be a reasonable explanation for all of this.
All right, I'm headed toward the camp anyway.
Okay. Keep your radio close to you.
I'm back up at the top of the shale slide near Two Forks.
Good.
What's the best route?
Well, it's not far from that medicine wheel. Hike east-southeast of there and look for the controlled burn. And good luck keeping ashes off your pants. I know we don't know what's going on yet, but I don't have a good feeling. I don't like feeling vulnerable. It's not like you can just call the police. I was thinking about the Goodwins. It just struck me that if anything weird like this happened to them, happened to Brian, just how scared he would have been.
I'm sure he's fine, Delilah. I mean, don't you think if this started happening to them, he or his dad would have said something?
I don't know, Ned was a weird guy.
No, nobody
Epic
is that.
Scooby-Doo shows.
The moment you hear someone in the bushes or get punched from the shadows, you're getting your boss on the phone.
Yeah.
Brian is fine.
I hope so.
It was 3 years ago. He's in high school now. He's on summer break.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Boy, take my time, dude. You don't even got your controller yet, dude. You saying that? Supposed to cross this stupid river. Toilet paper? What the fuck, I'm saying? Oh, this is the camp that burned down. I have a feeling he's gonna get killed.
There's some old snowmobiles out here.
That's crazy.
Looks like one of the poor bastards was cruising across this pond and dumped it.
That was not a fun hike back to civilization.
There's an old pond out here, not much more than a pile of mud. Do you have it on your map?
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah? Where am I?
Pork Pond. There used to be a sign up for it, but, well, folks kept stealing it.
Because it's called Pork Pond?
It's a good goddamn name. That sign would look great in a den, or, you know, anywhere.
Man. Sucks. I almost don't want to touch that cassette audio play.
Thing that is great about Pork Pond, other than it's called Pork Pond, which is a wonderful thing to say. You want to say it?
Pork pond.
Pork Pond. Pork Pond.
It's not even really a pond.
It's barely a pond.
It's like a pork puddle, really.
It's pork puddle. It may have been a pond at one point. Later, dear player, hopefully you noticed that there is a Pork Pond sign in Delilah's lookout tower. After Delilah has told you, if you talk about Pork Pond, that people just keep stealing the sign. So
how it looks great in like a den, or you know,
a den, or right in
lookout
front of
cabin,
me.
really.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that was really fun about making this game with such a small team, is that I named Pork Pond after my girlfriend's dog, Pork Belly, who I like very much. He has a Japanese chin, and he is very weird. And then I
These are the most dumbest conversations, dude.
because there wasn't a sign. And then the next thing I knew, someone said, "Oh, it should be in Delilah's lookout." I don't know if that was you, Jane, but that's the sort of thing you would do. Is you'd be like, I was playing the game, and I felt like that Pork Pond sign should be in Delilah's
Like
tower.
if I were Delilah, I would have totally stolen it.
Exactly right. So then we just say yes, and we keep putting goofs into the game. So that is the Ballad of Pork Pond.
Pork puddle pond.
Pork Puddle Pond. I like this is our only tape together.
I know. It's
And
about Pork
it was
Pond.
just us saying Pork Pond about 15 or 20 times. Pork Pond.
The fuck?
Hi, Jake.
Hey, Jane. In this garden surrounded by scary mannequins seems like a great place to talk about how you figure out perspective and scale when making a level.
Yeah. So, you know, when you start making a game, one of the first
Going
things
to
you do
going.
is to have scale reference. So, what we did was just download a bunch of free scale models, actually.
Yep, it's just some royalty-free, T-posed, nude
Oh,
men and women.
creepy
Like
as
the man
shit.
is just the default ZBrush man.
Before you put in the trees and before you put in the grass and before you put in the rocks, when all you have is terrain, it can look like it's like a 6-foot wide hallway, or
These are 4K, bro.
You can't even tell in first person. But then once, boop, there's just a little nude man out there.
Yeah.
You really know.
Yeah, how tall is this tree? Oh my gosh, it's actually, it's a really tall tree.
Yeah,
It looks tiny before you put the scale man.
So there's also, you'll notice there's a collection of different scale men out here. When we first dropped our scale scale people in, they came in with some default material that was like this glistening onyx stone.
I think the default Unity material back then was just some very glossy black.
Yeah, so we had these just rippling, glistening stone statues, including parts.
Full anatomy.
There were some parts that were very good at catching the light, and I think when Nels was gray boxing,
the bikini parts.
yeah, Nels was like, I gotta get in real close on some parts of this level, and I just don't know about this. So then the next day when we got latest,
It's very distracting when the gloss material is.
it's debatable though if that's more or less distracting than the jean shorts that were slapped on. It feels to me, Jane, like in early dev, as you got bored, you just kept like festooning the scale man with more stuff.
I think it was one of those times when I was like, is it worth spending 15 minutes to make myself happy?
Yes.
And I was like, yes.
I'm gonna throw away the book because you can't stand it.
Add some love handles, and then like some heart-shaped chest there. Who's to say? Who's to say?
15 minutes turned into 30 minutes of fun, and now, you know.
Oh man, by the end of the production, Greybox thing was really fun. Or like you'd know that there was someone was in there working because you would just see all these like love-handled jorts, Henry chest hair dudes floating all over the place.
I think my favorite parts is also when you've done level designing a space. Sometimes you've lifted the terrain without lifting the scale men. So sometimes once in a while I'm like, why is this area kind of...
Alright, guys, I'm gonna see if I can steal one of these mannequins.
Just buried.
Taking it in with the lookout. Oh, I can't take it back with me with the lookout.
Yeah,
those are my favorite little Jake surprises.
It's good, or like
can't take it back with me like the lookout.
There's a couple deliberately way out in the distance because I wanted people to look at how forced perspective works also. So you know, zoom in on some jorts, guys. Be happy.
Oh, actually, another note about the scale lady here. She's actually the same model that we use for the teens in the lake.
Oh, that's true.
We just added a ponytail, really.
And sparklers.
That's so shitty, dude. This game's getting more depressing and shitty. Game spooled at its finest, dude. What time is it right now? Sorry, about 4:56. What?
Camp Arapaho.
You're there?
Yeah, I am.
It's been out there since the 50s.
I was never really into the idea of the Scouts. It's something about men organizing boys around their ideals. Never sat right with me.
Beware weebelows in large numbers.
Beware of anyone in large numbers. The bridge to the camp is out.
Damn.
I'm gonna walk the ravine and see if I can find some high ground to get across.
Good plan.
There's no way to get across. This is ass. There's no way to get across. Unless I jump from that cliff. There ain't nothing much around here. What the fuck? Oh, that's the other side.
Hi, this is Will.
And this is James again.
And if you look around, you should see a TV in front of you with a pretty weird-looking image on it. That is actually what Henry looks like from third person. So you're looking at Henry as we saw him in Unity Editor.
Yeah, Henry is very much sort of an ultimate Cronenberg nightmare. He's got sort of like, we call them the spider bones, where you can stretch his shoulders really far away from his torso. Early on, I remember looking at a GIF with the team of like how Crysis was doing their first-person stuff, and if you looked at it, you could sort of see his spine and neck becoming this mad giraffe creature, and we took that concept and ran with it. So we ended up sort of like almost any animation in the game, if you look at it from outside of the exact angle we want you to, it would completely destroy immersion and you'd be horrified and possibly sick.
Hey, D, they left something behind. It's like a memo from their boss.
Did it say anything of note?
Next few days, dropping into the thoroughfare on behalf of Dr. Simmons at Wapiti Station.
Wapiti Station?
Holy crap.
Keep reading.
Oh, I just thought I would maybe, stop there, let the mystery percolate.
My mother always said I would meet someone who'd give me a taste of my own medicine.
They're running a research site out there. He was worried about wildfires.
Someone is writing down our conversations. And now we find out there's a research site out here that we don't know about? What are they researching?
Oh, probably just horned toads.
And a Wapiti Station clipboard with our conversations on it is just, what, recreation for them?
I'm just messing around. Somebody is obviously up to something. I'm freaking out here.
At least we know there is something real happening behind that fence.
I think that we should consider that maybe this is all just a coincidence, but my gut says that there is something bad going on.
Mine too. Okay. So what's next?
I'm gonna do a scan for supplies and then figure out a way to get back over that ravine and hike towards the site.
Sounds good. Check in when you can, and keep an eye out for anyone following you.
I guess these little shelters are where they keep the Weeblos.
For the past 35 years, yeah.
You ever talk to any of the scouts?
No, they haven't been out here in a while, and I generally don't have a lot to say to preteens.
Unless it's Brian Goodwin.
Well, if forced, I can make conversation with anyone. Plus, it was sort of fun to hear about all of his nerdy hobbies.
He wasn't a scout or a Weeblo or whatever?
I got the sense that boy could barely tie his shoes, let alone a clove hitch.
What the hell's a clove hitch?
Well, it's a knot that you are probably too old and too stubborn to learn. You use it to make rafts and shelters and stuff like that.
You know how to tie one?
Heck no, I'd make a Weeblo do it.
I found an axe.
If one of the crew left it, that thing is actually called a Pulaski.
It looks like an axe to me. This thing will be a huge help.
For both getting through the backcountry and getting through that fence.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Coming up here on the end, Jacob.
Yes, Sean?
Henry and Delilah are talking, and then there's a clatter, and you realize there's just been an open third line on their conversation. And I remember coming up with this, or something like this, I think in my living room before we had an office in the summer and fall of 2013.
Yeah, the idea that you hear someone like cough over the radio seems like the sort of thing that got us really excited when we were in day zero of talking about making Firewatch.
Yeah, we had another idea back in the lakeside of this day, the beginning of this day, where you would hear your conversation coming out of a radio nearby, but just the way our audio system worked and the peculiarities of trying to get that to work just never really read to the player when people would play it. But we had all these moments This is sort of like the way we think about the design of a story like this in general, for better or for worse.
Dude, I hate how the audio
We would
really
sit down
fucked
and
this
just
in.
pitch each other all these moments that were really disconnected. Once we had a conceit, like there's somebody listening to you on the radio, like, oh, a guy punches you out, like, oh, you hear your voice coming from a
What's
bush,
up, bro?
which we didn't end up using. Oh, like,
You rip your bed apart and find a bug under the mattress.
oh my
The
god,
dog's already outside.
yeah, we were gonna
Damon took them out.
We had a bulletin board up in the office full of tiny post-it notes that were just cool ideas.
Cool story things.
And if we could
happen.
find a place for them, we'd pull them off that and put them on the linear list of like Crypt Path events.
Yeah, there's things that we could just sort of like put as little
fast,
like
dude.
mile markers in the story, and not knowing how you would get to them because you'd play your own way. But if we had enough of those in the story that were surprising.
Day 77, what the fuck? I missed that important dialogue because of the damn audio tour.
Thoroughfare Tower, this is Two Forks calling you for the, 50th time today. The elk fire continues to move in a southerly fashion. Delilah, for fuck's sake, answer your radio.
She's good.
Sunshine.
Oh,
Sorry,
so she's
went out
good.
for a little bit. What can I do you for?
I didn't sleep a wink last night, and I've been going crazy for the past 6 hours of sunup. How are you so chipper?
Well, it's a new day. What a day, this day we've been given.
Maybe I am actually asleep right now. Maybe I didn't stay up all night knowing that someone is...
I actually slept just great.
Okay.
By the way, I was wondering if your Flora of the Shoshone info poster was still up inside your tower?
What?
It's just protocol that those stay up. You know, info about your tower, the surrounding tree species, etc.
All right.
Just, you know, have a look at it. Make sure it's in ship shape.
Hello, Chris.
Hey, Jake.
Good to see you on this
I know.
commentary.
It's been a little while.
So earlier, in a long time through Firewatch's development, the way that Day 76 used to end was with Delilah just basically freaking out. She and Henry got that call from Goodwin and just basically said, oh shit, and it ended on an ambiguous panic. It turned out that that actually put people in the situation you are in now at the start of Day 77, not knowing what to do. Like, we cut in with Henry at his desk sitting there, and everyone who played the game sort of thought, why is Henry just sitting at his desk when the last thing that happened was a huge freak out? And we rewrote it to be what you're seeing here, where Delilah actually says at the end of the day, sit where you are, don't do anything, wait for me to call. And then when it cuts and Henry's sitting in his chair, it makes sense. And I know that sounds completely obvious and maybe even dumb, that we did not initially have Delilah tell you to do what we then depict you doing.
Well, I think one of the reasons is because so much... This speaks to one of the biggest challenges, honestly, in designing the narrative for this game, which is a first-person game that also skips time. You know, in a movie, when a movie skips time, you can have the characters have done all sorts of things, and the viewer can catch up on that later, and there's tension in not knowing what happened in the missing time. You can't really have that stuff get filled in for the player character because you are that character.
Yeah, even if there's cinematic cut time, your motivation as a player is a continuous line across the game, and obviously doesn't have a time skip unless you, the player, save,
Exactly.
walk away, and come back.
Yeah.
Realizing that we had to write Delilah to bridge that moment, it was a really good concrete example that stuck out to me of sort of how the story and your expectation as a player and your sort of motivation to keep going have to line up as well as they do.
This scene was another big challenge because that whole chain of her getting you to Cottonwood Creek by way of this sort of ruse that she sets up, there were a lot of players we found who figured out what she was getting at before you actually went through all the little steps and immediately said, "Oh,
Cudwood Creek," and they left. And then Delilah was like, "Tell me when you see the thing on the poster."
Yeah.
Like, and then yeah.
Yet another big challenge of how to sync up player intention and awareness with character intention and awareness. Really a big challenge in this game overall.
Anyway, look at that poster.
Whoa, the elk fire isn't going anywhere, huh?
No, that's why those guys came out to burn that line. It's at the stage where all we can do is pay attention to it.
They're not gonna try to put it out?
Not yet, apparently.
Posted. Post. Yeah, posted. So, Chuggy, what's going on, dude? Trying to figure out what the hell to do in this game. Plus, testing out the Hall effect on the controls. Popped up something. What you been doing, bro? Let's play Third Strike, dude. Man, that 30th anniversary bullshit, man. You know it's too laggy, dude. It's gotten so bad, dude, that, you know. I mean, nobody's getting on it, dude. The game's having more disconnections than ever. Desyncs. Terrible, dude. Yeah, I'd rather play CVS 2, to be honest, than to play that. But right now, I'm going to be playing this a bit. Then I'm going to have to hop on some Borderlands. Okay, yeah. I'll check that video out later. Digital clips just can't deliver good shit, dude. Oh my gosh. What I gotta do here, dude? I don't understand what I gotta do here. It said check out something. Is it this poster? Oh, bro, I don't want to see Ken, bro. I'm sorry, dude. City of the Wolves? Nah, dog. If it ain't Shelly, man, don't even show me the Ken, bro. I'm not even looking at the Ken, dude. I'm not a real big Ken fan at all, dude. Ken has always been the same to me, dude, since Street Fighter fucking
Okay,
2.
yeah, it's up. Why are you acting like this?
Great. Just wonderful.
Classic costume. They're gonna give him a classic costume, yeah, they're not giving us costumes to download.
Let me look at it.
That's just ridiculous, dude.
You don't need to tell me. Just, internalize it. It's a great tree. And there's an area called, that tree's name in your sector that maybe you should take a midday hike to. Maybe.
Which tree am I supposed to internalize again?
Top row, second from the left. Head to a place named after that tree, and you'll have a wonderful afternoon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe I should go for a hike.
Nothing like an afternoon in the Rockies, I tell ya. Radio me the moment you get there.
No, I don't even know what the fuck this area is at. By the way, Shuggy, I played Neo Deadly Rave at Fightcade. It's been a while, dude. We played 2002 Battle of Challenger. I can't remember. Some shit like that. The original 2002, basically. I don't know where this tree is at, man. Go to Cottage Wood Creek. Cottage Wood. Oh, Cottage Wood is down. Man, is that, man? Sorry, piece of shit of a game. Where is this? I think it's like. Okay, you gotta get right when that place burnt down. I'm not really happy at it. Damn, Ken's gonna come out first, dude. It was Andy, Ken. I was hoping to see Joe, bro. I want to see what they're gonna do with Joe, because I mean, you got already preaching the game, and if Joe's gonna get the justice or not. Mr. Big is the character I'm waiting, but then again, Chun-Li, if they bring her in a third strike costume, or the regular ass costume, it'd be cool. Or the alpha one. And not that SF5 bullshit or SF6 bullshit costume. Hold on, that tree's somewhere back here. Right? Why is that green?
Hello, my name is Cable Sasser. I am the co-founder of a company called Panic here in sunny Portland, Oregon. With me is
Stephen Frank. I'm the other co-founder of Panic.
Okay, red is when. Damn.
Why are we by a snowmobile, Steve? You see, the Snowbro logo on the snowmobile is our one content contribution to the game of Firewatch. Jake asked me to design that logo, and I did, and I think we can safely say this game would not have shipped if it weren't for that logo. That's not true at all. I'm very sorry. Steve, what is Panic?
Well, Panic is a company that makes Mac software that we started back in 1997 or so. And, of course, recently we've done iPad and iPhone software as well.
Sure.
And we were approached by Camposanto to see if we wanted to fund a video game. So how exactly did we get involved in that?
Good question. We made one of the first MP3 playing apps for the Mac called Audion, and as was the style at the time, being the late 90s, you could make your own skins or interfaces for it. One guy made some really cool skins, and his name was Jake Rodkin. Jake Rodkin, of course, went on to Telltale Games. We kept in touch with him. And Sean Bannerman left.
Come on, boy!
Game. They came to us. We said, I think we have a little bit of money in the bank. We can maybe help you out with this. And it worked. We're here, and we made this game that you're in right now. Our contribution was primarily financial, but we also put on a really cool event for GDC, which was this super themed, we got to pretend that we were Imagineers kind of thing. We did some QA, we sort of were sounding board on ideas, and we also did Photodome. It was an incredible experience for us to get a taste of what it was like to make a game through these guys, and we've always been curious about that world. And it turns out the gaming market is kind of awesome, and a lot of people play video games, probably way more than buy professional Mac utility software. And games affect people in ways that our current software doesn't affect people. You know, you get fan art, you get these incredibly emotional fan letters about how this game touched people. It was been incredibly rewarding for us to work on this thing. So that leads to my next question, Steve. Would you do this again?
Oh, absolutely. I want to see what the sequel to Firewatch is. It's going to be a snowmobile racer, probably.
Yeah, I think you do trick jumps.
Henry versus Delilah.
Oh my god. And Sonic. Can we throw Sonic in there too?
Gotta have Sonic.
And Cream the Rabbit.
Yeah.
I'll cut that part.
Okay.
Thank you for playing Firewatch. We are happy to have been a part of this game. We hope that you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed being a part of making it.
Thank you.
Good night.
Alright, let's see what she says about that.
Hey, I found a pair of old totaled snowmobiles out here. It looks like someone stripped them of a bunch of parts.
Huh.
And that's weird, right?
I mean, I can come up with a bunch of not weird reasons someone would do that out here, but given what's happened, yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, damn it, mannequin. Big tree. Is this not it? Okay, there's a big tree somewhere. Not here, but that means it was back here. Oh shit, man, the game. What the fuck? Okay, I know what's happening. The game's glitching out a bit because of the trees that they put into the graphics. This tree's a prop, so that the actual tree should be down here, further down, somewhere within the riverbank. As long as I look away from these bullshit here, I should be able to find it. I don't know. Yeah, this is a damn audio call. What the fuck? So I guess it's not here anymore. This game really irritates me on the way of how things are perceived in this game. To the map. Cottage Creek, okay.
Hey, it's Sean.
Hey, it's Chris. Here in this Cottonwood Creek area where you have to get the new walkie-talkie that Delilah has planted for you or had planted for you, it is possible to just never pick it up in the first place, go straight over to the research site. And that's in part because it's in a game like this where we aren't constraining your movement, there isn't really anything we can do to force the player to walk to a certain place and do a certain thing before going to a different place. We would have to put up some kind of infinite wall or something between you and the research site to stop you just going straight there. And we didn't really want to do that. We thought about it, and we really could not think of a good reason to do so.
Which then meant that the entire research site scene had to be written, had to be bifurcated, and then written to support the new radio versus not having the new radio. And that was really hard. And then had to be like logically programmed to support both of those things. And the way a lot of the branching sort of dialogue stuff works in a game like this, it's not like a choose your own adventure where you go to a different chapter. It's really, the game is looking line by line through the hundreds of lines that it takes for the characters to communicate their stuff while on the research site. It's going line by line and playing the truest one. So a lot of the lines are shared across has new radio versus doesn't have new radio state. It's jumping in between ideas that both hit upon and changing Delilah's response most of the time. And playing through that and finding those spots and writing with that level of detail and branching is really hard. And we would probably find a new way to do it in the future.
Maybe, yeah. You know, it's hard to say. We tried hard to think of a way around it, and we really couldn't. And it affected everything. It affected writing. Here's a weird one. It affected music, because if you go all the way to the research site without getting the new radio, typically when you have the new radio and you go into the research site, there's this music that kicks in. What if you go to the research site without getting the new radio, not because you were intending to skip that part of the game, but because you just wanted to go check it out, to doing the video game exhaustive thing of like, I'm going to check every place before I do the thing, but I'm going to go back and get the radio and then do it. How do we read your intent? How do we as the designers know I'm intending to skip that part of the game, I'm not intending? Do I start the music cue? Do I not? There were different areas where we had to just make our best guess basically about, well, if this and this and this, but not that, like, we think this is what the player means to do, and we're going to support that. And that was just something that we constantly had to live with throughout development.
Let's see where that stupid big tree is at, man. I've been everywhere I needed to go. Camp. Bullshit. Unless there's something further down there I'm not looking at. Need that address for some $40. It's alright. Where is this fucking tree, man? This game is really good at pissing people off. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a picture of that fake ass tree. Yeah, that wasn't. Oh. Fuck's sakes is this tree here? I already ran through everywhere I could. How is that possible?
I'm here at Cottonwood Creek.
You see the cash box there?
Must be around here somewhere.
It is. Find it and open it. I changed the code. It's 5678.
Are you kidding me?
I was in a rush.
New radio. Oh, hell.
Hey, there's a different walkie-talkie in here.
God damn it, Henry.
Oh, this is what you left me.
Yeah, and I was really hoping to keep it a secret. Take it and check the other one, then call me.
Hey, it's Sean.
Hey, it's Chris. Here in this Cottonwood Creek area where you have to get the new walkie-talkie that Delilah has planted for you or had planted for you, it is possible to just never pick it up in the first place, go straight over to the research site. And that's in part because it's in a game like this where we aren't constraining your movement. There isn't really anything we can do to force the player to walk to a certain place and do a certain thing before going to a different place. We would have to put up some kind of infinite wall or something between you and the research site to stop you just going straight there. And we didn't really want to do that. We thought about it, and we really could not think of a good reason to do so.
Which then meant that the entire research site scene had to be written, had to be bifurcated, and then written to support the new radio versus not having the new radio. And that was really hard. And then had to be like logically programmed to support both those things. And the way a lot of the branching sort of dialogue stuff works in a game like this, it's not like Choose Your Own Adventure where you go to a different chapter. It's really, the game is looking line by line through the hundreds of lines that it takes to for the characters to communicate their stuff while in the research site. It's going line by line and playing the truest one. So a lot of the lines are shared across has new radio versus doesn't have new radio state. It's jumping in between ideas that both hit upon and changing Delilah's response most of the time. And playing through that and finding those spots and writing with that level of detail and branching is really hard. And we would probably find a new way to do it in the future.
Maybe, yeah. You know, it's hard to say. We tried hard to think of a way around it, and we really couldn't. And it affected everything. It affected writing. It affected... Here's a weird one. It affected music, because if you go all the way to the research site without getting the new radio, typically when you have the new radio and you go into the research site, there's this music that kicks in. What if you go to the research site without getting the new radio, not because you were intending to skip that part of the game, but because you just wanted to go check it out, to doing the video game exhaustive thing of like, I'm going to check every place before I do the thing, but I'm going to go back and get the radio and then do it. How do we read your intent? How do we as the designers know I'm intending to skip that part of the game, I'm not intending? Do I start the music cue? Do I not? There were a lot of different areas where we had to just take our best guess basically about, well, if this and this and this, but not that, like, we think this is what the player means to do, and we're going to support that. And that was just something that we constantly...
Okay, so it's a skip if I don't pick up the radio.
I've got it now.
Good. I spent all day getting you that radio. I hiked to a cash box, lied to a ranger, lied to another ranger, and hopefully you are now holding a clean, untapped radio.
Hopefully.
Holy fuck, Henry, we have to get into that site.
What the fuck is going on? People are listening to us?
I don't know.
Our radios are tapped? Are you fucking serious?
Our radios are definitely tapped. That's why I left you the one you just got.
How is this even possible?
I don't know, Henry.
What do you know?
You know that I'm scared. None of it makes any sense.
Are there any other lookouts this is happening to? Someone else in on this? Anyone?
This is just happening to us. Everyone else is fine.
Are you sure?
Yes. I've tried to bring it up to Chimney Rock, Elks Fork, and Beartooth Lookout, and every one of them got confused. Asked me if I'm okay and if I need to be relieved. Our fucking state coordinator asked if I was just having lady troubles. So no, this isn't happening to anyone else, and I'm done asking. I just changed clothes laying on the floor because I don't know who could be watching.
Look, I'm headed back to the gate, and now that I've got an axe, we'll know something soon.
You need to get into that site. Call me when you find something.
Shit. Went the wrong way, man. God.
Hey, I just thought of something not great.
What is it?
I filed a report that said that neither of us ever talked to or saw those girls, the ones that went missing a few weeks back.
What? Why would you do that? I told you to say the minimum and just keep it vague.
I know, and I didn't. I just didn't want to be hassled.
And now someone probably has a transcript of that entire conversation.
And I've filed a report that's a blatant lie.
And those girls are still missing.
Yep.
Fuck, Delilah.
Fuck, indeed. We really need to get to the bottom of this.
So I was right. Lila and the owner, they definitely trying to cover up something. Not only for the murder of that son of the owner, but Lila, on the other hand, had something to do with the teens missing. Wrong way. I can't remember what that damn site's called. It's like, get down here in one of these cliffs or area. That's
I just heard something.
What is it?
I don't know. It was goddamn terrifying, though.
Well, it could be an elk, or it could be someone trying to get you to radio about a loud noise so they know where you are.
Fuck.
How about you don't do that again?
Hey, it's Jake again.
And Chris.
And Sean.
Hey, everyone.
We had a design for this tape, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, then you're completely in the spirit of our stupid design process.
Ah, yes. That's what this tape is about, the design process for Firewatch.
It's really bad to admit this, like, on a recording that we're
But you
releasing.
purchased this
But
game,
you already,
so
and
you're inside.
And if you played this, you already completed it, so you know that we nonetheless finished a game. One of the big things that we constantly ran into on the design side on this game was, okay, how do we reconcile this like linear story that needs to be told with something that allows some degree of player exploration and choice and like a big world that we tried hard to not just like hard gate absolutely everywhere. But that meant we had to come up with a lot of just weird creative solutions to why you had to go to a certain place or why you couldn't go to this place. And frequently, we would forget what those
We'd forget
were.
why it happened. For instance, the commentary Firewatch Audio Tour document says that this node should lie on day 15, and I'm sure that we had a really hilarious and apropos reason for why this remark should happen on day 15.
Oh, we had a very, very great, very strong design idea for day 15 that tied a bunch of stuff together that didn't get written down coming out of a meeting and was lost to the...
Oh, and we all laughed about it when we
recesses
sat down to record this commentary node, and it's perfect that this is on day 15. So I'm sure you as a player, this is like the most perfectly timed conversation or moment in the commentary to hear about this, but we don't know why that is.
But because like content games like Firewatch are designed around ideas and sort of loose concepts oftentimes, as opposed to systems with hard rules.
I'm gonna look at a trophy right now.
It's easy to forget the decisions you made, and then when you do, you... opening up our patient over and over and over again.
Right.
And looking
So
at
there's 79 days.
Yes. So enjoy the result of our stupid labor.
And it seems like the tour tour audio is different. It may be separate. I might be able to platinum this game without the tour shit. I don't see any of the thing being related to this. So it might be just one.
This is Jared Emerson Johnson from Bay Area Sound, and I did a lot of the sound design for the game under Chris's supervision.
And it's Chris again.
So we just want to talk a little bit about
Damn it, Chris.
the interactive elements of the sound design for the game. For the most part,
Oh my gosh, we all hate Chris.
We're recording all of that originally for the game, rather than relying on live.
We hated you in KOF.
Often.
We hated you in Resident Evil.
Yeah, we actually started off using a lot more library sounds, and we ended up redoing almost all of those of that implementation because, Jared, I'm curious to know how you felt about this, but I just felt that stuff was too big and punchy for this game. We were telling a game that was so much about this human scale drama and in some cases ambiguity, and then also just very naturalistic in how the wilderness was presented, that it seemed almost like putting too fine a point on it to have sort of traditionally big and punchy Foley and sound effects behind
I just now remember I was supposed to fish out a hat.
We call it gamey sound design, which is usually a little bit larger than life and big. And
Good thing it has nothing to do with the trophies.
The player needs the feedback of
when you get punched out by Goodwin. There's a couple moments of like that big outrageous sound design when it's really called for.
For this, we went really subtle.
I'm gonna look at the other trophies while all this shit's going on.
You get that feeling like you're actually in the space and interacting with it, but it's a little more subtle, a little more tailored. And honestly, like when you have an opportunity to record live Foley, it always ends up being better than a library sound. Even in the big gamey games.
Oh sure.
And so for all that we just went out and
34%.
recorded the fence, or I got out my backpacking backpack and just spent several hours just getting every kind of little rustle and clank
I
of
think
the
you gave me
carabiner.
like hundreds of different.
Well, and
sounds for this.
of course you're not going to use all of them, but you need.
I haven't got a single trophy for the audio tour. Wow, dude. Okay, so I only have to listen to a certain tape. So it's probably the one with the girls in the camping. Fill up my camera.
I smashed open the gate. Should I try to fix or hide this?
No, screw it.
Okay then.
Whoa! Ow!
Got bit. All right. I gotta find the turtle though. I don't know, bit, but whatever.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Chris.
So over the course of Firewatch's development, we, I think, swung back and forth pretty wildly in terms of how much we wanted to play up the conspiracy part of the story and how explicit we wanted to make Goodwin's involvement and how much we wanted the player to buy into it versus how much we wanted the player to think this was sort of all in Henry's head or played up between Henry and Delilah. And the research site was really the moment in the game where
there's definitive proof something is happening, whatever it is.
We obviously knew as the developers of the game that the reality of the situation was a little bit sadder and more mundane. I think we kind of wanted there to be this big moment that suggests, oh, maybe this is something really huge.
Yeah,
I think we got carried away a little bit.
Yeah, I think we arguably / probably did. And thinking back to it now, the reason that the type reports came into the story at all, as you said about the pendulum going back and forth, I think we didn't like the story being 100% ambiguous. I don't know if we knew that we could support a world where Henry and the player and Delilah 100% construct a reality that doesn't have a single shred of proof, and we're like, okay, well, we got excited about maybe it's the 70s conspiracy moment of, like, you know, you're in a room full of whirring machines.
I think we on the team kind of hyped ourselves up in the same way Henry and Delilah do. I mean, I remember when I first the first draft of the music that you're hearing right now, I showed it to you only, I think, because I felt too stupid to show it to anyone else, because I'm like, this is so ridiculous. We can't put this in our game.
Well, the one with
and you were like, oh, maybe we should put it in our game.
I don't know. Henry's gone nuts. Everyone's gone nuts.
It's true. We're all going nuts.
Maybe it could have been pulled back a little bit on all fronts from what you're observing right now, but maybe it's the best. Maybe it's for the best.
Could be.
Okay, I'm at the site. I don't see anybody around.
Lucky for us.
Yeah, lucky for us. Dee, there's some serious comms equipment out here, wireless stuff.
What do you mean?
I'm talking a big 20-foot tall transmission tower. They can probably listen to whoever the hell they want. They're nestled down in this valley, which makes it impossible for you or any lookout to see them.
Hi, this is Jane. I'm back again, and now I'm here with
Will Nunes. I was a prop artist.
And this is one of the few areas in Firewatch where it's not just about trees and rocks. So we wanted to make sure that this area feels very man-made and that is spooky and is ambiguous. Like, the goal here is that you're gonna get here and you're not quite sure if this is like a surveillance operation or if it's scientific, and that's kind of what I told Will when we were trying to make a lot of props. And Will was really great about it. And I was just like, hey, Will, can you please just make a bunch of boring scientific equipment?
Yeah, I mean, we were actually just looking up a lot of stuff like, stuff that monitored, thermal energy and stuff like that, like very, very standard kind of scientific equipment, but arranged in kind of a sense that made it look kind of a little more eerie and a little more cluttered and haphazard and not really definable from someone that didn't really understand what this equipment was.
Yeah, I think if you actually look up each prop, that they actually are real, equipment, right?
Yes, I use reference from the late 80s for all this equipment. They're all real equipment that people use to, monitor the wind or environment, stuff like that.
Is there a favorite piece of prop in this tent, Will?
I would say the equipment. Just it's really simple, but I had a lot of fun making it and kind of seeing the layout and kind of trying to convey this kind of eerie looking equipment, doing something you're not quite sure what it's about, ambiguously, technical, and seeing where I can take it,
Stick son of a bitch.
colors and the mood,
Let's go.
and how that would all fit together and how to set that scene right.
Oh, they're doing something with the soil out here too. It's all gridded off. Hey, maybe you were right about the lichens. I'm in their main tent.
What's it like?
It's definitely some sort of monitoring station. I just wonder where they are. All of their stuff is here.
And they know you're there, so see what you can find and get out.
Okay. Shit. Got a map here that confirms they're tracking our people's movements. The map's got all sorts of paths and areas marked off on it. There are lines that look like some of the paths I normally take.
Are you positive it's you?
I'm not sure, but I think so. Okay, so there's a log here that tracks the movement of 4 distinct subjects.
You and me?
Yeah, definitely me. And I suppose you too.
What about the other 2?
Maybe the missing girls?
Like, they're still out here and these people are following them?
Maybe. It's possible, right?
But then why haven't you seen them?
I don't know.
We'll talk this over and figure out how to get the hell out of here.
I found their main monitoring desk.
Oh my god, what do you see? Seriously, at this stage, I'd believe just about anything.
They're measuring the barometric pressure, too. Why?
Maybe it's just a diversion.
This stuff looks like it just got lifted out of the space shuttle.
I have to tell you, if I found out this was NASA, I'd be a hell of a lot happier.
There's some sort of monitor. I don't know what it does. Maybe air quality or something?
Maybe they're keeping data on everything that could impact our moods.
There's a box here with a dial. It has a needle, like it measures earthquakes.
You mean like a lie detector?
Yeah, I'm not sticking around to get hooked up to it. The desk in here is a mess. I mean, it's like someone was in a rush or knocked a bunch of stuff over on accident. This place sleeps 3. They've got a row of cots here.
So they live and work in the same tent?
Yeah, it's all one operation.
Like us.
Yeah, like us. I mean, there's all sorts of contraptions and shit out here.
Like what?
Dishes and stuff on metal legs. There are wires all over the place. I don't know. I'm not really up on high tech. This equipment is not stuff from the hardware store. There's nobody here. It's just tents and equipment. And yeah, that's it.
Look everywhere. Maybe you can find something that will help us know what's going on.
This place just, it feels like there's bad shit afoot, you know? It's sterile, dead.
Hopefully we find some proof proof to back that up.
Hey, Mama! Yellow shadow! Yellow shadow. Yeah. That's why I got the door. That's why I already got the door for them.
I think I found the thing they used to track us.
Holy shit.
You know, you swear like a lot.
Not the time, Hank.
Anyway, it's called a wave receiver.
Okay.
It looks like it picks up
Okay, pa.
and emits a signal. It's got basic orienteering capabilities, everything. Holy. They keep this wave receiver thing in a crate. It looks like their prized piece of equipment.
Well, it's ours now.
Okay, pa.
Okay, this thing is losing its mind, beeping like crazy.
I can hear it. What's it after?
I don't know. I'm gonna go find out.
Dead body.
Are you shitting me?
What is it?
There's a folder of reports here.
What do they say?
They're assessments about the two of us. It says things about my life. Stuff you don't know.
Like what?
Stuff I didn't tell you. This is...
What does it say about me? You said there was one about me.
And it looks like they've been following me around. What I do when I'm out hiking? Jesus.
Henry, do you hear me?
You have a boyfriend, Javier?
What the fuck?
Wish you hadn't left that out?
I don't. I didn't. This is insane. I'm so sick of letting these people do this to us. We should just burn the place down. Think about it. Worst case scenario... worst case scenario, I guess. A bunch of people die. Well, maybe it's not the best idea.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best idea.
So fucking wound up!
It's all right. I'm just gonna hike back. We have the wave receiver, and tomorrow we can figure out what to do. Whoa! Oh, shit!
from north of Jonesy Lake. That is suspiciously close to where you just were. Do you see it?
Jesus, okay, yeah, I see it.
What the hell happened to you? It's definitely not the best idea.
It wasn't me.
What do we do? Do we just treat it like a normal fire?
We just call it in like any other fire.
And what about who started it? What about them?
The person who started it?
Yeah.
We're talking about people watching us out here who are now burning the forest and everything in it around us. I don't know what to do about that.
Except get the hell out.
Yes, get us the hell out of here.
I will.
This receiver just picked something up.
Like a signal? It's going beep beep.
Yeah, what could it be?
I don't know. You gotta find out.
All right, I'm on my way now.
You know what I just picked up?
No.
A fifth of Major Bueno tequila from the creek.
Are you drunk?
No! I am getting drunk.
Hey, Dee, I don't want to harsh your vibe, but maybe, just maybe, that's a bad idea.
Henry.
What?
You're harshing my vibe. My thinking is I could stay up all night worried I'm gonna lose my job because of the side fire, or I could not worry and let the chips fall where they may. It's not like there's any proof we were down there.
My thinking is I'm gonna follow this wave receiver.
Ooh, I like it when you think.
Ay. I'll just leave you alone with whatever these thoughts are. Last thing I need is another big crossword breakthrough.
And here we are, I'm Nels, once again, and we're talking to Jake about Henry's crazy conspiracy board.
Yes, it's conspiracy board time.
This first appears after you go to the research site and discover a bunch of crazy stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what was, like, what did you actually want the player to, like, be thinking about when this thing just kind of shows up?
We wanted the idea that Henry had stayed up all night just... When you get to the research site and you start feeling like maybe this conspiracy exists, when you think maybe there is a conspiracy, we wanted to take all of the pickups that you'd sort of been idly grabbing throughout the game, all the sort of documents and notes, and then putting them up on the board, like as if Henry stayed up all night trying to find connections between things. There are very few, but we wanted to sort of represent to the player all the stuff that you have been doing, and now that you know that there is in fact someone out there listening to you and watching you, do you want to reassess all the things you've been picking up in a new light? Also, it just gives a nice aesthetic change to the tower, right? It just fills the room up with a bunch of garbage and makes Henry look like maybe he's going a little nuts.
Early in the game, we kind of had this, like, way when we were, like, barely past prototyping, we kind of had this notion that you'd find stuff out in the world, and you could basically pick up and keep, like, almost anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the stuff you found would have this, like, home in your tower, and we kind of, like, for a variety of reasons, kind of carved back on that idea a little bit, but it ended up instead kind of becoming this, right?
Yeah, because the only thing that you can really reliably keep in Firewatch...
evidence.
Yeah,
of
I
the
just
story
need
and
2
learn
more
about it so far.
achievements.
Yeah, not
Damn,
only does
man.
a whole bunch of stuff that you optionally pick up show up here, but even after the board shows up the first time, still things that you find on the night of day 77 and day 78 also get added in here. So it even continues to get.
I'm gonna have to just
as the
look up
days
a
go
guide
on,
to see
even
where
after
the
it
hell
shows
these
up,
trophies
right?
are at.
And then he goes home and is sad.
Firewatch. I don't know where the hell this thing is supposed to lead me to. You know, I think I know where. That bullshit camp I went to the first time. Where the research are. I don't know if this is supposed to lead to the walkie-talkie. There's 2 things. 3. I think it's Delilah's Tower. Or This place where I'm about to head to. Fourth place I'm thinking about is the cave. It may lead to the cave. I doubt it'll lead to the power lines. If it leads to the power lines, this is just BS. Not really. I think I exactly know. Problem this game is too damn dog shit to lead me into the actual damn thing. There's a shortcut.
Shit! What? Ah.
Nels, it's the spooky nighttime scene.
So spooky. Impossibly spooky.
Coming up with this scene was funny because the bag that is in the little grove here is known, I think, definitely internally, I don't know if this is in the game, but as the bug out bag.
Oh, it is definitely the bug out bag. This is what actual hardcore survivalists call their, oh man, if the nukes hit New York City, I can grab my 2 bug out bags, they're in my closet, throw them in the back of my pickup, and drive immediately within 12 minutes of the air raid siren or whatever.
Yeah, and it's funny because we wanted it to tell a really sort of a nuanced story that didn't hit you over the head with exposition.
Yes.
And I think the bug out bag is probably a little confusing.
It might have been a bit too nuanced.
It's definitely confusing upon first discovery. This is Ned Goodwin's bug out bag,
Yes.
which is the heat's getting too close. I've gone too deep. This Henry and Delilah charade, and I'm gonna have to leave really soon.
Yeah.
So if Henry gets too close, I'm just rappelling down, scurrying over to get this bag, and I'm out. And I might as well wire it to a battery for the effort, so if it gets discovered, I know that it's gone.
Exactly.
I don't get led into a trap.
And this is things that, like, actual, weirdo hermit people that live in the woods. Like, this is actually a thing that they'll have. They'll have, like, their main campsite, but then if their main campsite is discovered, they have, like, another second supply cache where they can just grab their stuff and disappear. And it just happened to be that Goodwin, for sentimental or other reasons, was keeping the key to the cave on this backpack. He didn't like in any way leave it for Henry intentionally. It just happened to be that the weird electronics on it also got picked up by the wave receiver, and then what was meant to be like Goodwin's safety net backup thing is actually what is his ultimate undoing.
Yeah, and there's an article in a GQ magazine that I think you'll probably be talking about later, Nels, written by a reporter named Michael Finkel about this hermit who lived in Maine.
Christopher Thomas Knight.
It's a wonderful, wonderful long read. You can find it online. Again, it's a GQ magazine. And
You want to beat this game right
I
now?
had, plumbed this thing for
It's stupid as fuck, man.
and how he would
You
set up
need
his
to do is be
game.
cleaning
What
up
he
and
would do,
appreciated
start
that
off when you
mom
get
cleaned
caught.
up most of the
And
stuff,
it was,
bro.
it was an idea that I know went into
I'm
my
probably gonna
notebook
wash my clothes.
upon reading this article. It's really great, and it's really wonderful reporting from Michael Finkel.
Fight was boring, unfortunately.
I told you the fight was fucking boring, bro. Wow, make me wait one time to watch it. What's that sorry ass fight, bro? I'd rather watch one. Fight was weak, bro. Trying to get people weak ass fights, bro. Get off 150, bro. I think about that shit, bro. I think I'm not even want to damn do no more shit with that. $30 is worth.
Because they're trying to set him up, bro.
Fuck his whole career up that fool.
Because you know that I think they were saying that Crawford got to choose where the ring or the size of the ring or some shit like that.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Chris.
So I love this little bit of writing and acting here where Delilah is drunk.
I too love it now. I love it now. Yeah.
Oh, this is like pathetic. These are just jackasses that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Delilah was just sort of in like hunker down mode. Don't go outside. We're gonna let all this blow over, and that's exactly what we don't want you to do. And you have a good relationship with her. At least you have some warmth to her, perhaps. And it just didn't really work as written and as recorded. So just sort of had the idea, got to the point where it's like, well, I want to change that. And the first idea was, and she's drunk. And I'd always thought that Delilah probably overindulged. I don't think she's an alcoholic or anything. Sure. But neither is Henry. But they both drink and have, probably had drunken nights that they really, really regret. Being able to bring that into the game just felt completely correct. But then recording it was so tough. Sissy Jones landed in just a perfect place. But when you write, your character is drunk, you get a lot of like, you get a lot of like hiccupy, like hobo. And
bullshit.
Bullshit. We just sort of, you sit down and you just take 5 and you talk about it and you just kind of go like, get her loaded and go on. No, we spent probably a good half an hour, maybe an hour.
I'm hoping to bump into the
coming
cassette
at
that
the
I
drunk
need.
lines from different angles. Yeah. And then, it snaps in your headphones in real time in a way that then produces the feeling that you're talking about, Chris, which is like, oh, I love this. Like, it's cute and correct and right and, like, feels real and just does all the things it needs to do. But it makes me laugh, but Sissy nailed it.
And as a note, this is one of, I think, only 2 remaining parts in the game on the design side that are the survivors of a previous design where Delilah would reach certain thresholds where she would just cut you out of radio contact.
Yes.
And we kept 2 of them for sort of narrative reasons.
Hi there, it's Jake. I'm talking with Nels, and we are going to get into the wave receiver. I believe it is the Anderson wave receiver, in fact.
Oh, absolutely, Anderson brand.
Do you remember even where the wave receiver came from in Firewatch? I'm going to back up because I know where the wave receiver actually came from, which is in the game Far Cry 2, you can hunt for diamonds using a little beepy handheld device that works basically like the wave receiver.
Correct.
But I can't remember what made us think that it was right for this game.
Man,
So
they
it was
ripped on this game.
primarily a functional thing where we realized that a lot of the kind of A to B to C structure of the game was basically Delilah was saying, hey, Henry, you should go here. Oh, you're there. Now you should go here. And we wanted to have some other object element thing.
Yep, a thing that could lead you somewhere, but neither Henry or Delilah would know where you're going.
Yeah, and then it was like, oh, well, what about that diamond thing from Far Cry 2?
We already have the map from Far Cry 2. We should obviously also have the diamond hunting mechanic.
Correct, obviously. And then it was just kind of, as soon as the first prototype was in there, I was like, oh yeah, that will work and totally be good. So we can just make that increasingly real until we had an actual artifact in the world that you could like wiggle around in your hand.
Oh, I miss the prototype version of the wave receiver in the gym, because that was our like YouTube streamer friendly horror game version where once you sort of got closer and closer to the object, it was revealed to be a Forrest Burns standee that had come to life and was charging at you at high speed. Like that.
Yeah, that was also my favorite.
That was good. I feel like the real in-game wave receiver could never deliver on the full potential of the maniacal, self-propelling Forrest Burns, like screaming at you like a Serious Sam enemy or something. At least that was my imagined canonical Forrest Burns wave receiver sound was that.
That is actually exactly what it was. I took that sound off of
from
Serious Sam and put it in. Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So that's how we got a wave receiver.
Yeah.
Left a cassette player taped to my damn door.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, let's see what's on it. Tape of us talking down at the site. It sounds like it was recorded from somewhere nearby.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and it sounds like we were the ones who burned it down and that it was your idea.
No.
We are screwed.
No!
Dee, just don't freak out, okay? Don't freak out.
Oh my God, what the fuck is happening, Henry?
78, and then 79. Finally, one more fucking chapter to beat.
No, it's not because I'm hungover. Someone claiming to be Henry in Two Forks called a lookout in another sector early this morning and said that I knew what caused the Wapiti Meadow fire. So, I just got off the horn with that lookout who's wondering what I know, or that I'm an arsonist, or that I'm fucking losing it. Furthermore, I bet you don't have the only tape of us from last night, so someone has evidence to back it up. We need to find out what someone's been keeping in that cave.
I'm going down there now.
We don't have a lot of time left out here, and if we don't find some fucking answers, when they lift us out of here, it's gonna be in handcuffs.
We have to stick together. Okay? Keep our story straight. From the first day with those girls to the person breaking in on our conversation, everything. We gotta be honest and consistent.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
I know.
Hi there, Jake here again.
And it's James again.
Let's talk about the beginning of day 78, because what we shipped was fairly straightforward. Henry listening to the tape recorder of the previous night's conversation. But in earlier versions of Firewatch, this was a lot more complicated. This was actually the day, or this morning was when Henry would discover a bunch of Brian Goodwin's stuff. His like peachy folder full of scribblings and homework and stuff was actually wedged into a drawer under Henry's desk, and he'd hit his head and it would fall out at the start of day 78, or earlier actually. We really liked the idea that players and Henry could find it at any time in the game up until this point, but it ended up creating this complete nest of madness, which you had to animate.
Yeah, because of these permutations of have you found the folder or not, and then needing a failsafe at a certain point to advance the plot along, there were lots of different versions of getting the folder. And it was very complicated as well because we were tying it into things like getting the cave key at the same time as getting the folder. And the animation itself ended up being like boring through tons of documents because it was like a postcard and his homework and like physically opening this thing, which ended up being a little bit silly because
I almost want to just look up the trophy for this.
whereby you can pick objects up and inspect them. So why are we forcing like 4 of those in a row in a cutscene? So I must have done probably, 5 or 6 pretty distinct versions of this, and then we cut it completely.
The folder falls out. The folder falls out, but then you pick it up, and then you read it, but then you found the keys. But what if you dropped the keys and then find the folder? Oh man, yeah. It was one of the biggest reliefs for me when we cut this and just put all of the folder stuff where it belongs in the world and the keys over on the backpack permanently. I was very worried that you would be sad that it was cut because it was so much animation work, but I feel like you were also
Which burger?
Just dead and buried and a superior version shipped.
Yes. The only thing I was ever sad about was we had a
Just now, how big is it? A foot long?
Keys, and for the first time in the game, a pickup would like fail and you sort of fumble the keys, right? And they go under the desk, which I always like that animation. But what I will say is this: I have been making Firewatch for real, and all this kind of stuff that got cut, I'm including it in the reel now. So I find it on my cake.
Rude.
That's a canyon thing.
It's $8. It might not be tempted available.
Really?
You didn't actually make that call, right? To the other lookout? It just stuck in my craw. I let myself imagine how fucked I would be if you'd been lying to me. But now that I asked, I kind of just wish I hadn't.
I don't even know how to call anyone other than you. And please, rest assured, I would have found someone with a better sense of humor a long time ago.
Okay. Thanks.
There goes, guys. Uh-oh.
Something I like that came on a little later in development that you did, Nels, here is we are without the radio, and I like how that feels across like the broad swath of the game. I think it's really cool to not just be alone. But there are
Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean up my room when I get the chance.
reflexive Henry comments to himself based on things you're looking at, and the way those are tuned throughout here are really nice. Player, I don't know if you've seen this, but when you're walking sort of in the upper level of the cave,
you can look down and to the right, and you can see Brian Goodwin's shoe. And when you sort of like zoom in on that, Henry will just call out to someone if it is someone down there, someone in the cave. And Nell sort of like concocted that and put them all in the game, and we wrote some lines that worked for it. And they're not all over the place, but I really like the way it made the cave feel.
Yeah, it's actually kind of one of my favorite moments in the game in terms of Henry's monologue too, because we conceivably, even though Delilah can't hear you, like we could have hooked up the same normal radio interaction to where like you could make these dialogue choices and Henry just either monologues to himself or like talks into the radio, even though we know Delilah can't hear him. But I don't remember. I might just like tried it on a whim. Maybe someone suggested it. I don't exactly remember. But just having those play automatically when you've been looking at a specific object or area of the cave for like anywhere between like half a second to 2 seconds, and then those kind of monologue moments show up, or when you perform a specific action like zooming, it feels very
How
natural.
much is that damn village?
Like little kind of auto monologue lines in games often don't. There's like
Oh,
on the upper level of the cave, and then a couple more down near the bottom when you actually find
$5?
Brian's body. It was kind of a bummer that they came online so late, and there aren't any other spots.
Should they get fire cells?
Because I actually would have loved to have a few more of these in the game somewhere as well.
We're gonna have to go to the store, man. I'm ready to buy wheat bread. I forgot to buy wheat bread to make sandwiches.
And I don't think we realized
I'll head back to the dollar store
until we'd sort of like laid the whole game before us. And we went like, oh, we really like these. Oh,
man, it's already like 6 something. Man, I'm trying to finish this and trying to get back into Borderlands.
They're quite good.
What the hell? Jesus, this is a big cave. Yes. Yes. Maybe I can get out through here.
$8.90. $9. We get the combo. You hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
You don't just get the sandwich, get the combo. The sandwich and the fries or whatever the fries or curly fries or whatever. And the soda.
How much y'all for the combo again?
$9.
And you get a soda with the Arby's. Trying to find a missing shoe.
It's freezing in here. Is anybody down there?
Oh, that's where he fell, that kid. Shoot.
Hi, it's Jane again, here with...
Me, Jake. Hi.
So the way we work usually is that Jake will do a lot of the level design with gray boxing, and the cave is no different.
That's true. The cave is no different in that
Chicken
regard.
tenders?
It's different in that it's ridiculous.
Lemon pepper?
Like cave,
How much?
Firewatch usually.
We might get that instead,
worry
dude.
about the floor, whereas the cave is a completely contained area. Like it's it's a cave.
Let's get the chicken tenders and then come back.
I really wanted to take advantage of that, perhaps to an excessive degree. Like I really wanted the cave to feel like this snaking labyrinth that wove in and out of itself, and that you could see areas you were going to get to later from places you weren't at yet and stuff. But I had no idea.
Man, I got addicted to this game. Holy shit, 4 hours. We're almost in 4 hours of live stream, dude.
Well, the interesting thing about this cave is that, like, you know, for example, this hole
This
where
game's
the shoe
addictive.
is, you can actually see all the way down to where the body body is.
Oh,
you can't quite
man.
see the body.
I was surprised I live streamed 4 hours on this
Yeah,
live stream.
Yeah, but the spaces all are actually connected in a way that makes sense.
Everybody's gone from the chat,
Exceptional,
pretty
but I
sure.
think it's the only place in Firewatch where we cheat space.
Yes.
There's a couple places in the cave where you drop off a ledge, and in the middle of Henry's drop animation, we just cut the camera and like blink you to another area that's like a few hundred meters farther away.
Yeah.
Because the cave ended up being so weirdly nested on itself, it ended up being this like compact ball of yarn to the point that it didn't actually get you all the way to Brian's hideout.
Yeah, and so like to like make the space make sense while not spending too much time making it, we just decided, hey, I guess by cheating it a little, it's okay. And I don't think people actually notice.
It also cuts your travel time down. Like people were spending a long time walking through it in the early version of the gray box. But
figuring out how to light the cave, because like video game lighting, yes, but you still have to make sure there are spots opening up to the sky so that because we need to make sure that Henry can go through this without a flashlight.
Right. But it's also nice and dramatic to have those little cracks of sunlight coming through. It looks nice. But like, think about those torches.
Yeah, that's true.
Spike walls.
Or underground lake. How about that?
Almost happened.
Almost made
Don't
it.
tell people about the lake.
I was hoping to find a dead body, dude.
Hey, are you there?
Yeah, what is it? What did you find?
Nothing yet, because someone tried to trap me in there.
You saw someone?
No, someone slammed the gate behind me and then ran away. I found another way out, but if I hadn't, Jesus!
So you didn't find anything?
No, there's a spot where someone had sunk an anchor, but the hardware's gone now.
I don't have any climbing equipment.
I just have my ropes. I'm gonna hike back to Two Forks and see if I can find anything that could double as an anchor to use in the spot.
Well, that doesn't sound dangerous.
Hey, it's Chris again.
Hey, it's Sean.
The entire Brian Goodwin saga changed absolutely massively, multiple times, really, over the course of the design and writing process. There was actually a previous design revision in which you, as the player, through just various means, could trigger
Zach Space.
of the existence of Brian Goodwin much earlier in the game, and we had to allow for all these different possible branches of when you could find that out and when Delilah would tell you more information and so on and so on. And it became a nightmarish possibility space that we really had to rein in.
It became just a very unwieldy story.
Yeah.
Inside of that story was the idea that Delilah didn't know who Brian Goodwin was.
Right.
She knew Ned Goodwin. He was a lookout who was out here, but did not know that he was here with his son because it was against the rules, and Ned had broken the rules by bringing his son out here. And from a design side, that was not to mention there's the unwieldy nature of the being able to never find out who he is until the very end, or figuring out that there was a kid in your tower on day one. That was unwieldy. And then, furthermore, we were running out of tools to communicate the story of Brian Goodwin because the only thing we had was the discovery of objects, which felt very one note. And
Yeah,
very,
it
like,
felt very like breadcrummy.
Exactly.
Like, oh, there's all these this information you have to know in this order, so you're gonna find these things in that order, and there were too many of them, and it felt completely contrived.
And this is just a design philosophy. I think this is like a good story design philosophy, a good mechanics design philosophy when something just isn't working, is just ask yourself what happens if the opposite is true. I'll just say, okay, so what are the things that are true? Delilah didn't know there's a kid in the tower. I was like, well, what if she did? And not only did she did, she liked him. Oh my gosh, well that makes the emotional payload of finding Brian Goodwin like much more intense. And then once we had that, we had another design tool to like communicate about who Brian Goodwin was to you.
And that tool was the one tool we had for communicating information
Anywhere else than finding something, and Henry going, yeah, we doubled the amount of information we could get to you, and it just made the game much more easy. It opened up the game from a story side, and it made us not have to constrain ourselves with that branching craziness of not knowing who he was and breadcrumbing you around the world.
And in doing so, it sort of simplified that total arc and allowed us to pack a lot more information into each of those deliveries. So when you find Brian's backpack, when you find his hideaway, each of those is like very information dense because we just consolidated it all to those zones.
And can reference the stuff you've learned along the way. So when you do find him,
No, how much, bro? You just need the fucking chicken strips you got, man. Why do you want to get a 40-pack?
I'm really glad we got there.
Yeah, me
because
too.
we got there late.
James, I just put fucking $40, dude.
We got there August, September-ish of 2015. Game came out.
I hate to say it, but it's cheaper like that.
Very, very late. Yep.
Why do you want the 40-pack, man? We ain't gonna eat it all. We probably ain't gonna get chicken strips.
You can get chicken strips with that rub and that new rub.
Delilah, I just found an outcropping that someone was using as a little fort. I think it was Brian Goodwin.
Really?
Yeah, he built himself a real castle. Hey, remember that pack I found?
Back on your second day? Yeah.
I found a plan Brian drew about how he was going to get it back.
Oh, I'm sure it was quite elaborate.
It's some Wile E. Coyote stuff, I'll tell you that much. I found an old school folder. Brian was a hell of a doodler. Brian was doing a science fair project about bouncing radio waves off of a meteor shower.
Poor kid left his homework?
Yeah, he must have been pretty smart, huh?
Yeah, sharper than a lot of the grown-up knuckleheads I'm used to, yeah.
What, you're saying I'm one of those knuckleheads, is that it?
I wasn't, but, now that I think about it...
Because I know lots of stuff. A bunch of rocks stacked up, you made a wall and a perimeter.
God. Yeah, that's perfect.
You know, maybe he made it because he was afraid of them.
Whenever I think of Brian possibly going through this crap, I get sick to my stomach.
He was in the middle of really sprucing up the joint when they left. It's a little weird that he'd just leave so much of his stuff out here.
Well, maybe they were in a hurry when they left. Like I said, he wasn't supposed to be out here.
Yeah.
They almost got busted. Brian liked to go out on the railing of the tower and wave at the planes that dumped water on fires, and... I got a call because someone thought a kid was up in Two Forks. I lied, and just said it was Ned. If I ratted him out, they would have been forced to leave, and... I don't know, I guess I just felt like I was saving him from whatever shitty life Ned was gonna bring him back to. Not that it ended up mattering.
He'd hide out here to read comics. The Black Band, his grief is his enemy's sorrow. Everyone this guy loves gets killed, so he honors them with a black armband which gives him superpowers.
Well, that's fucking dark.
Huh. Brian stole his dad's climbing gear, his anchors.
convenient.
Yeah, it is. I think he was going to hide them in a cash box or something and never got around to it. I mean, he left a note for a ranger to find them and send them back to him in Nebraska.
Because he hated climbing?
Yeah, it sounds like Ned was pushing him, and pretending to lose his anchors was the easiest way to put a stop to it.
I hope it worked. God, what an asshole.
Yeah. Man, that is the sort of thing that would have caused me to catch a beating growing up.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past old Ned.
There's a busted old toy out here, some sort of electronic game.
Yeah? I like Pong.
Everybody likes Pong.
Gosh, Brian had everything he loved out there.
There's a ham radio schematic here, something Brian was working on.
Yeah, I think that was the one thing Ned did do with him. You know, tinkering on stuff like that.
There's also a postcard here from Brian to, I guess, his neighbor.
What's it say?
That he's with his dad and sorry he can't mow his lawn this summer.
Oh, gosh.
And also he was worried his dad didn't know when school started. I'd say that's a lucky break if I were him.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Ned didn't really seem like a, you know, with it dad.
He made the place pretty comfy, too.
That's an achievement.
Yeah, at the expense of what are probably stolen pillows.
That little shit. Oh, man. What do you think is in there?
Probably something that will kill me. So, you know, just sort of getting myself right with God or whatever there is.
Henry.
They closed the door when they could have just...
bashed your head in with a rock or chopped you up with a...
Are you serious with this shit right now?
a hatchet. God, are you sure you want to go back in there?
Honestly, I just want to know. I want to know what is worth doing everything that's been done to us.
Yeah, me too. And not going to jail would be a nice kicker.
Hey, it's Patrick and Nels here.
Hello.
You may have just found some role-playing game artifacts owned by Brian Goodwin, and I thought we could talk about the ways that this character evolved and actually ended up incorporating a lot of elements of our own super nerdy childhoods.
Oh, yes, that's exactly right.
Like Gladius Silva here, it was...
Good old Gladius Silva was actually the very first D&D character I ever made in probably grade 8, maybe grade 9. My very first D&D campaign. Some other friends of mine on the speech team, the speech debate team, asked me to join their game, and I was very enamored that they invited me. So I had to make a cool character. So I made a half-elf ranger, and because I was a giant dorko and taking a Latin class at the time, I named him Gladius Silva, which of course means sword of the forest. And I remember when we were initially talking about, you know, like giving Brian kind of this geeky kid personality to contrast with the fact that he's like out in the middle of the wilderness. And I recounted this anecdote about Gladius Silva. Everybody in the office thought it was quite hilarious. And because I had, for my own edification a while back, rescued that character sheet from like my parents' garage and then scanned it, I was able just to send over a PDF of that scanned character sheet, and then it more or less showed up exactly in the game.
Yeah, these are probably your original die rolls from that faded first campaign.
Oh, it was modified just the tiniest bit to like avoid Wizards of the Coast's Dungeons and Dragons copyright. Otherwise, that is literally just my dude. My favorite thing about Brian's proclivity for tabletop RPGs is in Henry's Tower in Two Forks, you can actually find a map that Brian made that's basically like a D&D-ification of the whole area that you're normally in?
Yeah, I ended up drawing that completely based on my own style of drawing when I was Brian's age. And Nels' age. When he was Gladius Silva, I was a city kid who moved to a more like suburban, like woodsy area at that age in my life, and I was so shocked to have all this like actual like woodsy terrain around me that I started mapping it with pencil and paper and drawing little legends just like Brian did, kind of turning the area into more of a mythical landscape. So as soon as this character had gelled, I knew that he would see Two Forks this way, and that cash boxes would be treasure chests and the Boy Scout camp would be a halfling village, and so it kind of just wrote itself.
Yeah, totally. That is our tiny tidbit of geek history in Firewatch by way of Brian Goodwin's Gladius Silva.
No, I'm glad they're not dead, but it also means that they weren't a part of what's going on.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You just have to keep searching.
Yeah.
I'll be there, don't worry, dude. It's almost done. This is the last chapter of the game. Dude, we're gonna find the dead body, I think. Boy.
Hi, Jackie. again.
And Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Jake. This area is one of the only areas in the game where we really let ourselves play up, sort of dressing a set in a really overtly theatrical and dramatic way. You know, this is the reveal of Brian's body was such a big moment that we kind of figured we should just go for it
Also,
entirely.
it was possible to do because I think this is one of the only places in Firewatch where the direction from which the player approaches and the time of day are 100% in our control. Like, you're only ever going to see this scenario under this circumstance. You're going to walk in and sort of the scene will reveal itself from this angle, and there's no chance that the sun is going to be setting in the middle of it or whatever else. So we leaned into it.
I kind of ran with that with the music as well.
It'll work out.
As you know, if you've listened to all the music in this game, I really didn't lean on big string swells or anything like that. It's very kind of small scale recordings, you know, guitar and electric piano and bass and things like that. I decided to just push this as far as possible. I did one odd thing with the music, which was instead of what you'd expect, which was making the music a really minor dark key, it's actually all in major, which is typically what people associate with happier, more upbeat music, but I pushed the strings far enough that I was hoping it would sort of come around the other side and make something that's kind of, I don't know, poignant.
It's cool. I like it.
Thanks.
Fun fact about this area, if you bring a notable Brian Goodwin possession down into this space, you can set it down next to him using the game's putback system.
One Russian streamer found that live on like the day the game came out.
Yeah, by accident, and it was.
Well, I'm gonna finish this game. It's almost done.
Yep.
You're Brian Goodwin. Oh no. God. Poor kid. You fell. Your stuff gave out. Oh, you poor fucking kid.
You gonna drive though to Zaxby's?
I came up with this character, Delilah, and then just thrust her upon you and said, you are going to be Delilah in this video game. I liked working with you on The Walking Dead. You were amazing as Katya. How did that character come to life for you?
Well, actually, I think her name was Alice at first, if you'll recall.
Oh, no, it was.
You remember that?
Oh, it was Alice. Oh, no. What a hilarious thing to have to remember.
I remember getting that email from you about, hey, I'm writing a game, female protagonist, are you in? And I didn't even have to think twice about it. I knew whatever you're working on, whenever, throughout history and time, I will want to be a part of. But then you sent me the sides for Alice, and I got to read about this beautifully flawed but fun and self-engaged woman. And it's one of the things I love about the characters that you write is that they're actual people. They're not tropes. They're not stereotypes of anything. They're full-bodied people. And so I got to dig a little bit into my past and what's made me tick and what would make me take a job in the middle of nowhere and shamelessly flirt with somebody over a walkie-talkie. and build her from there. The wonderful thing about Delilah is that there's actually a lot of me in her, meaning like I grew up in Idaho. There are a lot of mountains and wildfires and solitude and stuff like that. I left and I moved to Los Angeles and now I'm surrounded by concrete, but I kind of started out in the same place.
I was integrating so much of the way you speak and the way you like tell a joke or laugh just back into the character. Do you feel like you had to create that stuff to be Delilah, or were you making a concerted effort to sort of like become her?
I think it's a little bit of both. I am a bit of a smartass, and so a lot of the stuff that you wrote really lent itself to that. But you know, as we started getting into the puns, you know, wouldn't you liken to know and stuff like that, I was able to kind of sit back into this woman who just doesn't give a shit. You know, she's out there in the middle of nowhere and having fun because this is her life. And so having that freedom to just be an idiot, it was really freeing. It was a lot of fun.
Something I like that came on a little later in development that you did, Nels, here is we are without the radio, and I like how that feels across like the broad swath of the game. I think it's really cool to not just be alone. But there are these sort of
so I just want to take the controller and smash, dude. I got lucky with the cassette.
comments to himself.
I'm thinking how to do it with the camp, dude. I'm not gonna listen to no more audio. This audio is all boring.
Really nice. Player, I don't know if you've seen this.
It was walking,
sort of
I'll do that on Twitch. I'm not gonna do that on YouTube.
You can look down and to the right.
I think for the next game I'm gonna bring is variety of games, like I said.
When you
good thing I gotta finish it here because over there,
just call out to someone being.
I don't think that game's gonna pick up at all.
And Nell sort of like concocted that and put them all in the game, and we wrote some lines that worked for it, and they're not all over the place, but I really like the way it made the cave feel.
Yeah, it's actually kind of one of my favorite moments in the game in terms of Henry's monologue too, because we conceivably, even though Delilah can't hear you, like we could have hooked up the same normal radio interaction to where like you could make these dialogue choices and Henry just either monologues to himself or like talks into the radio, even though we know Delilah can't hear him. But I don't remember. I might just like tried it on a whim. Maybe someone suggested it. I don't exactly remember. But just having those play automatically when you've been looking at a specific object or area of the cave for like anywhere between like half a second to 2 seconds, and then those kind of monologue moments show up, or when you perform a specific action like zooming, it feels very natural in a way that like little kind of auto monologue lines in games often don't. There's like a couple in the upper level of the cave and then a couple more down near the bottom when you actually find Brian's body. It was kind of a bummer that they came online so late and there aren't any other spots in the game where Henry doesn't have access to the radio, because I actually would have loved to have a few more of these in the game somewhere as well.
You're always thinking about like what design tools do I have to like change the pace or make you feel something different. And I don't think we realized they were a club we had in our bag until we had sort of like laid the whole game before us. And we went like, oh, yeah. We really like these. Oh.
I know.
And Rich did such a good job performing them. It was just, yeah, they really worked for me in the game.
Yeah, they're quite good.
Hey, Dee.
There you are. I've been worrying my ass off.
You need to call search and rescue.
What?
There's a body in the cave. It's Brian Goodwin.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. How does that... What? I don't... How?
Climbing, I think, or made to look like a climbing accident.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just what it was. I mean, he was probably exploring the cave and maybe his rope gave out. But whoever locked me in there probably didn't even know about him. Delilah, you should have told someone he was out here.
Just stop. Okay, I know.
Maybe he would have...
Henry, you insensitive shit. You don't think I know he'd be alive if it weren't for me? And I fucking know it's my fault. I'll never forget that it's on me.
She admitted it, man. Henry's still being a jackass.
No, I was just busy packing up.
Yeah.
A lot more. The service says this thing is
Hold on.
2% contained.
Is this the elk fire or the site fire? Or...
Well, the two fires merged into one unmitigated disaster. They're renaming it after my lookout. You about packed up?
Shouldn't we talk for a sec, you know, about things?
About what?
We still don't know who was listening to us, who was following me around, who made that tape.
Yeah. All we have is the body of a dead boy who did nothing wrong.
But maybe we can still find these people.
Look, I think whoever's out there caused the site fire to cover their tracks, and I'm almost certain that when I get off the helicopter, I'm going to be led into a room and made to listen to a tape of me saying we started it.
And we don't know shit. What can I do?
Well, there's something for you to do. Holy shit.
Holy crap. Yeah, oh my god.
We don't know what it is. It could be nothing.
Yeah, it could also be whoever was listening to us, whoever made the tape.
Okay, yeah, look, you should pack up everything you need in case we get the call and you can't come back.
All right, look, if something happens...
I'll remember you.
I mean, am I walking into a trap right now?
I hope not. I would much rather remember you from a bar somewhere and not a jail cell. Please find who made that tape.
Fuck. Wow, I got stuck, really? So, Danny.
What's your status?
I think I'm getting close.
All right, well, I just got word that they are coming to get us. My place.
You sound worried.
No, it's just...
Brian?
I'll coordinate with the evac team and let you know when to head towards the tram. It's north. Far. Past where you found that cut back in May. There's an emergency tram out there that will let you hike to the rendezvous point at my lookout.
Someone left a rope for me to climb up. I'm down near the lake.
How do you know it's for you?
There's a tracking collar tied to it. Someone was leading me here. And there's another tape.
Oh my God, Henry.
Yeah, hi, Henry. Hey, you better find this before it burns up. We've been causing each other a lot of headaches. I gotta go stake out a site that's as fit for living as the one you're about to find. You'll get it when you see it. You can't blame me for keeping an eye on you. Not after bumping into you back in May. Down by the cave, for croc's sake. I've been up here for 3 years. I kept it cozy. Winters are harsh as hell, and I ran out of books. But I got that antenna rigged up, and Delilah, she's a record you don't gotta flip. I kinda get why Brian took to her. About a week ago, I stopped worrying about you finding anything out. And that's right when everything went shithouse with you two. You guys don't know anything about having kids. All right, nobody knows nothing. It ain't Andy and Opie walking down a lake to fish every afternoon. It ain't Mayberry. But you gotta know I didn't kill him. All right, we were climbing. I was teaching him. Brian was uneducated in the way to do anything. He just fucking didn't sink his anchor the right way. You know, I thought about going back, having to answer questions, and having to get him put in the ground, and I didn't see the point. Don't come looking for me. Sorry about your wife.
We found the surveillance operation.
Okay, what does that mean? What is it?
It was Ned Goodwin. He was the one listening to us, just him.
Ned Goodwin? He made the tape?
Yeah. He's gone. Deeper into the Shoshone. He doesn't want anyone to know he's out here.
Because he killed Brian. Because he killed his fucking son. You need to get back here. They say the helicopters are making rounds.
Okay. I guess he's been dumping trash up here for a while. There's a clothesline. He wrote down everything he did to us. Everything he did every day. He was scared shitless.
I bet.
Goodwin was the one who wrote the reports I found at the site. Brian was a nice-looking kid.
Yeah.
He held on to some of Brian's things, his wizards and wyverns.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he found it riveting.
You should see some of the stuff he was working on. I guess he had a lot of time on his hands. He had quite the view.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I don't know what you want me to say. We're in the middle of a fire that is at 22,000 acres and growing. Fast.
It's gonna burn all of this up.
Well, take a picture if you're so keen to remember it.
You're not?
I don't know.
I don't have any photos left.
Then take a long look and let's go. I should be relieved. Relieved that there's no evidence of us starting that fire. Relieved that we're not crazy. That there wasn't some conspiracy. But I'm not. He was a sweet kid. With a shitty father who hid out here like a coward after dumping him in a hole. I wish you were as mad as I am. I wish I had a minute with Ned and a .357 Magnum. Sorry. God, it would have been so easy to tell the truth and have him sent home. I can't stop thinking about it.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Yes, I did. And now I've got to decide whether I tell people that he's down there so they can retrieve the body or not. And if I do, I'm going to be asked about Ned Goodwin.
Dee?
Oh, fuck.
Is that a helicopter?
Yeah, hold on. Hey! No, there's one more. Yes, here, yeah. Yeah, he's coming. Okay, 1 second. Hey, they're here, but they're making rounds. They'll come back. I think I'm gonna go with them.
Dee, what if they don't come back for me?
They'll come back. That's their job.
Just what if we missed something about, something, I don't know.
Henry, you're tired. There's nothing big going on. They'll come back for you.
Just wait.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. If you have to.
I have to. Hike safe.
I'm going the opposite of that. That game is stupid as fuck right now, dude. Probably gonna cut it off here. I'll just finish it some other time. Oh, damn.